Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to our peaceful corner of history, where the gentle whispers of the past carry you softly toward restful sleep. I'm so glad you've chosen to spend these quiet hours with me, exploring one of England's most fascinating and troubled reigns. Tonight, we embark on a soothing journey through the remarkable life of Henry IV, a king who seized power through one bold, desperate act and spent the rest of his days paying the price for that moment of audacious courage. This is a story of ambition and fear, of triumph and torment, of a man who broke the sacred laws of kingship and lived forever in the shadow of that transgression. Before we begin this gentle voyage through medieval England, I'd love to hear from you in the comments below. Perhaps you could share which period of history brings you the most comfort during these quiet evening hours. Or simply let me know how these historical tales help guide you toward peaceful dreams. Your thoughts and stories always bring such warmth to our community of fellow history lovers and sleepy souls. And if these soft whispers from the past bring you comfort and help carry you toward restful slumber, a gentle like and subscribe would mean the world to me. It helps these peaceful historical journeys reach other weary travelers seeking the same soothing escape into the past. Tonight's tale spans the turbulent life of Henry Bolingbroke, later known as King Henry IV of England, a man born into privilege who became a usurper, a prince who became a king through force rather than inheritance, and a ruler who discovered that a crown seized through violence must forever be defended through fear. From his birth in 1367 at Bolingbroke Castle to his death in 1413 in the Jerusalem chamber of Westminster Abbey, we'll follow Henry's extraordinary journey. We'll witness his privileged childhood, his exile and return, his dramatic usurpation of the throne, and the 14 years of constant struggle that followed. Through rebellions and illness, through triumph and terror, we'll see how one moment of desperate courage changed not just Henry's life, but the very nature of English kingship forever. So settle into your most comfortable position, dear listener. Close your eyes, let your breathing slow and deepen, and allow the gentle rhythm of medieval England to wash over you like a peaceful tide. Let the weight of your day dissolve as we step back more than 600 years to a time when the fate of kingdoms hung on the courage of a single man and the loyalty of those who chose to follow him. The story begins on a spring day in 1367 in a castle overlooking the Lincolnshire countryside, where a child was born who would grow up to shatter the ancient traditions of English monarchy. Henry, later known as King Henry IV of England, entered the world in April 1367 at Bolingbroke Castle in Lincolnshire, during one of the most tumultuous periods in English history. The exact date of his birth remains shrouded in the mists of time, as was common for medieval records. But we know it was a spring day when the future usurper king drew his first breath in the ancient stone halls of his family's stronghold. His father was John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, one of the most powerful and influential men in all of Europe. John was the third surviving son of the mighty King Edward III, a man whose reign had brought England to the heights of military glory and territorial expansion. John's very name spoke of distant lands and royal ambition. Gaunt was an English corruption of Ghent, the Flemish city, where he had been born during one of his father's military campaigns. The baby's mother was Blanche of Lancaster, a woman whose beauty was legendary throughout the royal courts of Europe, but whose life would prove tragically brief. She was the daughter and heiress of Henry of Grosmont, the first Duke of Lancaster, and through her marriage to John of Gaunt, she brought not only her renowned loveliness, but also vast estates and the ancient title of Lancaster itself. Little Henry entered a world where his very bloodline marked him for greatness, yet also for danger. As the grandson of Edward III through the male line, he carried within his veins the royal blood of the Plantagenet dynasty that had ruled England for over 2 centuries. Yet he was not destined for the throne. That honour belonged to his cousin Richard, the son of Edward the Black Prince, who was born just a few months before Henry in January 1367. The England of Henry's birth was a realm in transition. His grandfather, Edward III, still sat upon the throne, but the great king was aging, and the kingdom faced mounting challenges. The 100 Years' War with France continued to drain the royal treasury and the strength of English manhood. The Black Death had swept through the land less than 20 years before Henry's birth, leaving villages empty and social structures forever changed. The old certainties of feudal life were giving way to new questions about authority, obligation, and the rights of common men. Bolingbroke Castle itself, where Henry drew his first breath, was more than just a family residence. It was a symbol of Lancastrian power and wealth. The massive stone fortress had been built by earlier generations of the family, its walls designed to withstand siege and its towers to command the surrounding countryside. From its battlements, one could see for miles across the Lincolnshire fens, over lands that owed their allegiance to the House of Lancaster. The castle's great hall would have echoed with the sounds of preparation for the new arrival. Servants scurried through corridors lit by flickering torches, while in the solar, the private chambers of the family, Blanche endured the ancient trial of childbirth, attended by midwives and ladies of the court. When Henry's cries first rang out through those stone walls, they announced not just the birth of a child, but the arrival of a future king, though none present could have foreseen the extraordinary circumstances that would bring him to the throne. John of Gaunt was absent during his son's birth, as was common for noblemen of the era. He was away on military or diplomatic business, serving his father's interests in the endless complexities of European politics. The burden of early childcare fell to Blanche and her household of trusted servants and companions. In those first precious months, young Henry knew only the gentle touch of women's hands and the soft songs that medieval mothers sang to soothe their children to sleep. But tragedy struck early in Henry's young life. In September 1368, when Henry was barely a year old, his beloved mother Blanche succumbed to one of the frequent illnesses that claimed so many lives in that harsh age. Some sources suggest she may have fallen victim to the plague, while others indicate a different malady, but the result was the same. Henry was left motherless before he could even form lasting memories of her face. The loss of Blanche devastated John of Gaunt, who had genuinely loved his beautiful wife. Her death left a void in the ducal household that would never quite be filled, despite John's later marriages. For little Henry, it meant growing up without the softening influence of a mother's love, raised instead by wet nurses, tutors, and the stern expectations of a father who saw in his son the future of the Lancastrian line. In the absence of his mother, Henry's early years were shaped by the women of the Lancaster household. His great-aunt Blanche, Lady Wake, who took particular interest in his upbringing, and various noble ladies who served as his companions and guardians. These women provided what maternal comfort they could, but they could never replace the unique bond between mother and child that Henry had lost so early. As Henry grew from infant to toddler, the political world around him continued to shift and change. His grandfather Edward III grew older and more frail, while Henry's own father John of Gaunt became increasingly important in the governance of the realm. The boy who would one day seize a throne was learning, even in his earliest years, the harsh lessons of medieval life, that death came suddenly and without warning, that power was everything, and that even the mightiest could fall. The nursery at Bolingbroke Castle became Henry's first classroom, where he began to absorb the values and expectations that would shape his character. He learned the prayers that every Christian child was expected to know, began to recognize the heraldic symbols that marked his family's authority, and started to understand, however dimly, that he was different from the common children who lived in the villages surrounding the castle. Yet for all his privilege, Henry's early childhood was marked by a peculiar kind of isolation. As the son of one of the realm's most powerful lords, he could not simply play with any child he might encounter. His companions were carefully chosen from among the sons and daughters of other noble families, relationships that were as much about forming future political alliances as they were about providing childhood friendship. The seasons turned at Bolingbroke Castle, much as they did throughout medieval England. Spring brought the renewal of life and the return of military campaigning season. Summer meant long days in the castle's gardens and the opportunity for outdoor pursuits. Autumn was harvest time, when the wealth of the Lancaster estates became visible in the grain stores and livestock that would sustain the household through winter. And winter brought the long, dark months when families gathered around fires in the great hall, when stories were told and lessons were learned, when the next generation absorbed the wisdom and the prejudices of their elders. As Henry passed his second birthday and then his third, he began to show the intelligence and physical vigor that would mark his adult life. He was a quick learner, eager to please his teachers, and already showing signs of the charm that would serve him so well in later years. Yet there was also something else in his character, a wariness, perhaps born of early loss, that made him careful in his trust and deliberate in his actions. The world that shaped Henry's earliest years was one of magnificent privilege shadowed by constant danger. The great castles and rich estates of the nobility existed alongside the knowledge that fortunes could change overnight, that today's ally might be tomorrow's enemy, and that even royal blood offered no guarantee of safety or success. These lessons, learned before he could even properly speak, would influence every decision Henry made throughout his long and turbulent life. As we follow young Henry through these formative years, we can already see the seeds of the man he would become: intelligent, ambitious, capable of great charm and great ruthlessness, blessed with every advantage yet marked by early loss. The boy playing in the halls of Bolingbroke Castle could not know that he would grow up to commit one of the most shocking acts in English royal history, or that he would spend the rest of his life paying the price for that single moment of desperate courage. But for now, he was simply a child, learning to walk and talk in the ancient rhythms of castle life, surrounded by the symbols of his family's power, yet innocent of the terrible choices that lay ahead. The future usurper king slept peacefully in his cradle, watched over by loyal servants who could never have imagined the extraordinary destiny that awaited their young charge. As Henry grew beyond his earliest years, his education began in earnest under the watchful eye of his father, John of Gaunt. The Duke of Lancaster understood that his son would need every advantage if he was to succeed in the dangerous world of medieval politics, and so Henry's schooling was designed to create not just a learned nobleman, but a potential ruler. The boy's formal education began around his 4th birthday, when John appointed Thomas Burton as Henry's governor and primary tutor. Burton was a learned clerk who had served the Lancastrian household faithfully for years, a man chosen as much for his loyalty as for his scholarship. Under Burton's guidance, Henry began to learn the basic skills that every nobleman required: reading and writing in Latin, French and English, arithmetic for managing estates, and the rudiments of law and governance. But Henry's education extended far beyond books and scrolls. John of Gaunt was determined that his son should excel in all the arts that defined medieval nobility. The boy learned to ride almost as soon as he could walk steadily, first on gentle ponies within the castle walls, then on increasingly spirited horses as his skill and confidence grew. By the time he reached his 7th year, Henry could handle a destrier, one of the great war horses that carried knights into battle, with the ease of a seasoned rider. The martial arts formed another crucial part of Henry's schooling. In the castle's practice yards, he learned to handle sword and dagger, to fight with mace and battle axe, and to wield the long pole arms that were becoming increasingly important on medieval battlefields. His tutors in warfare were knights who had served John of Gaunt in his many campaigns, men who could teach not just technique, but the hard-won wisdom of actual combat. Perhaps most importantly for a future knight, Henry learned the complex art of mounted combat. Hour after hour, he practiced with lance and shield, charging at wooden targets called quintains that would spin and strike him if his technique was flawed. He learned to control his horse with knees and weight, while keeping both hands free for weapons, to coordinate the timing of horse and rider into a single devastating weapon of war. Yet Henry's education was not solely focused on warfare. John of Gaunt insisted that his son receive thorough instruction in music, poetry, and the social graces that distinguished a true gentleman from a mere soldier. Henry learned to play the harp and to sing the courtly songs that were popular throughout Europe. He studied poetry and rhetoric, developing the smooth tongue and quick wit that would serve him so well in diplomatic negotiations. The boy also received extensive religious instruction from the family chaplain, Hugh Hurle, who served not only as Henry's spiritual guide, but also as one of his academic tutors. Hurle was a learned man who taught Henry to read and write with remarkable fluency in all 3 languages of educated medieval society. Under the chaplain's guidance, Henry developed a genuine piety that would remain with him throughout his life, though it would be sorely tested by the choices he would one day make. As Henry grew older, his education expanded to include the practical arts of leadership and administration. He observed his father at work, watching how John of Gaunt managed his vast estates, negotiated with other nobles, and balanced the competing demands of various political factions. These lessons in practical statecraft were perhaps more valuable than anything Henry learned from books, for they taught him to read the motivations of men and to understand the delicate web of obligation and self-interest that held medieval society together. The young nobleman's education also included extensive travel, which broadened his understanding of the world beyond England's shores. He accompanied his father on diplomatic missions to Calais, where he observed the complex negotiations between English and French representatives. These journeys exposed Henry to different customs and ways of thinking, developing in him the cosmopolitan outlook that would characterize his later reign. Throughout these formative years, Henry's most important companion and rival was his cousin Richard, who was destined to become King Richard II. The 2 boys were born only months apart, and their parallel educations created a complex relationship that combined genuine affection with an underlying tension that would eventually erupt into open conflict. Richard's education took place primarily at court, where he was groomed for kingship under the guidance of royal tutors and surrounded by the elaborate ceremonial that defined royal life. Henry's schooling, by contrast, was more practical and military in nature, reflecting John of Gaunt's belief that his son would need to earn his place in the world through skill and strength rather than inheriting it through divine right. The differences in their upbringing became apparent even in childhood. Richard was a sensitive, artistic boy who showed more interest in poetry and fine clothing than in the martial arts. Henry, while equally intelligent, was drawn to physical challenges and competitive pursuits. He excelled at the tournaments and mock battles that were the proving grounds for young knights, consistently demonstrating the kind of warrior prowess that won respect from hardened soldiers. Yet despite their different temperaments, the two cousins developed a close relationship during their youth. They were admitted together as Knights of the Garter in 1377, sharing one of the highest honours that English nobility could bestow upon its sons. They hunted together, competed in the same tournaments, and shared the peculiar burdens that came with their elevated stations. As Henry entered adolescence, his education began to focus more intensively on the skills he would need as an adult leader. He learned the complex etiquette of medieval courts, developing the ability to navigate the subtle hierarchies and unspoken rules that governed noble society. He studied heraldry and genealogy, memorizing the family trees and historical claims that could mean the difference between war and peace in disputes over land and titles. The young man also received instruction in languages beyond the traditional three. He picked up elements of German during his father's diplomatic missions to the Holy Roman Empire, and later learned enough Arabic to communicate during his pilgrimages to the Holy Land. This linguistic ability would prove invaluable in his later diplomatic career, allowing him to communicate directly with foreign rulers without relying entirely on interpreters. Perhaps most crucially, Henry's education included extensive exposure to the realities of medieval warfare. He participated in his father's Scottish campaigns, initially as an observer, but gradually taking on more active roles as his skills developed. These experiences taught him not just the techniques of battle, but the logistics of moving and supplying armies, the importance of intelligence and reconnaissance, and the psychological factors that could determine victory or defeat. By the time Henry reached his majority, his education had created a formidable young nobleman, learned but practical, pious but worldly, skilled in both war and diplomacy. He possessed the intellectual gifts necessary for complex political maneuvering and the physical abilities required for military leadership. Most importantly, he had developed the kind of flexible, adaptive intelligence that would allow him to seize opportunities and navigate crises throughout his turbulent career. Yet for all his advantages, Henry's education had also instilled in him a sense of his own limitations. Unlike his cousin Richard, who seemed to believe that royal blood alone was sufficient to command obedience, Henry understood that authority had to be earned and maintained through constant effort. This realization would shape his approach to kingship when he finally achieved the throne, leading him to work with Parliament and seek consensus rather than ruling through autocratic decree. The education of Henry Bolingbroke was typical of medieval nobility in its breadth and ambition, yet it was also uniquely suited to preparing him for the extraordinary challenges he would face. His tutors could never have anticipated that their student would one day overthrow a king and establish a new dynasty, but they gave him the tools he would need to accomplish that unprecedented feat and to survive its consequences. As Henry emerged from adolescence into early manhood, he carried with him not just knowledge and skills, but also a clear understanding of his place in the complex hierarchy of medieval society. He knew himself to be capable and ambitious, blessed with every advantage that birth and education could provide, yet he also understood that his ultimate destiny would depend on his own choices and actions rather than on any guarantee of inherited power. The lessons of his youth had taught him that in a world where fortune could change overnight, survival depended on adaptability, skill, and the loyalty of those who chose to follow you. These were lessons that would serve him well in the dark years ahead, when he would risk everything on a single desperate gamble and spend the rest of his life defending the prize he had won through his audacity. As Henry approached his 20th year, the political situation in England began to deteriorate rapidly under the increasingly erratic rule of King Richard II. The young king, now in his early 20s, had developed an unfortunate tendency toward favoritism and arbitrary decision-making that alarmed many of the realm's most powerful nobles. It was during this period of growing crisis that Henry first tasted the dangerous wine of political rebellion. The trouble began with Richard's growing reliance on a small circle of courtiers who seemed to exercise an unhealthy influence over royal policy. Chief among these favourites was Robert de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, a young man whose relationship with the king had become the subject of scandalous whispers throughout the court. De Vere's rapid promotion to ever higher positions of authority, culminating in his appointment as Duke of Ireland with virtually unlimited powers, struck many observers as both unprecedented and dangerous. The situation worsened when Richard began to bypass the traditional councils and administrative structures that had governed England for generations. Instead of consulting with his experienced nobles and administrators, the king increasingly made important decisions in private consultation with his favourites, then presented these choices to the realm as royal edicts that brooked no discussion or dissent. The breaking point came in 1386, when Parliament presented the king with a series of demands for reform. The assembled Lords and Commons insisted that Richard must dismiss his unpopular advisers and govern according to the counsel of more experienced and trustworthy men. When Richard arrogantly rejected these demands and threatened to seek aid from the King of France against his own subjects, many nobles concluded that more drastic action was necessary. Henry found himself drawn into this growing opposition almost by circumstance. His father, John of Gaunt, was absent from England on a military expedition to Spain, leaving Henry to represent Lancastrian interest at court. As one of the realm's premier young nobles and a close relative of the king, Henry's position automatically made him a person of interest to those planning resistance to royal policies. The opposition coalesced around 5 great lords who became known as the Lords Appellant, so called because they formally appealed several of the king's favourites of treason. Besides Henry, the group included his uncle Thomas of Woodstock, Duke of Gloucester, Richard FitzAlan, Earl of Arundel, Thomas Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, and Thomas Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham. These men represented some of the most ancient and powerful families in England, and their combined opposition posed a serious threat to Richard's authority. For Henry, joining the Lords Appellant represented a momentous decision. He was, after all, rebelling against his own cousin and the anointed King of England. Medieval political theory held that kings ruled by divine right, and opposition to royal authority was considered both treason and sin. Yet Henry also understood that allowing Richard to continue his destructive policies might lead to the complete breakdown of effective government and possibly to civil war. The appellant's first move was to issue a formal challenge to the king's favourites, accusing them of treason and demanding their trial before Parliament. When Richard attempted to protect his friends by refusing to allow such proceedings, the Appellants took more direct action. They began gathering armed forces and preparing for what amounted to a military confrontation with the royal government. The crisis reached its climax in December 1387, when Robert de Vere attempted to march an army from the north to relieve the king, who was essentially under house arrest in London. Henry was given command of one of the Appellant forces tasked with intercepting de Vere's march. The resulting encounter at Radcot Bridge in Oxfordshire proved to be Henry's first real taste of military leadership in a politically crucial situation. The battle itself was less dramatic than its political consequences. Henry's tactical skill and the superior organization of the Appellant forces quickly overwhelmed de Vere's hastily assembled army. De Vere himself fled the field in such haste that he abandoned his army and eventually escaped to the continent, where he would remain in exile for the rest of his life. For Henry, the victory represented proof of his military capabilities and established his reputation as a formidable commander. But the real significance of Radcot Bridge lay in what it represented: the first time in English history that a group of nobles had successfully used military force to override the expressed will of a reigning monarch. Henry and his fellow Appellants had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed, establishing a precedent that would haunt English politics for generations to come. The immediate aftermath of their victory saw the Appellants take control of the English government. In what became known as the Merciless Parliament of 1388, they systematically purged Richard's administration of his supporters. Many of the king's favourites were executed or forced into exile, while others were stripped of their lands and titles. The Appellants imposed a new council to oversee royal policy and severely limited Richard's ability to make independent decisions. For Henry, participation in these proceedings was both exhilarating and troubling. On one hand, he genuinely believed that the Appellants' actions were necessary to save England from incompetent and corrupt government. The reforms they implemented were largely sensible and addressed real problems that had been festering under Richard's misrule. Yet Henry also understood that what they had done amounted to a revolution in the traditional relationship between crown and nobility. The Appellants' rule lasted for approximately 1 year, during which time they attempted to implement a more collaborative and responsible form of government. They worked to restore England's financial stability, reform the administration of justice, and repair relationships with foreign powers that had been damaged by Richard's erratic diplomacy. In many ways, their governance was more effective than anything Richard had managed during his independent rule. However, the Appellants also discovered the fundamental difficulty of their position. Having seized power through force, they found it challenging to establish stable and legitimate authority. They ruled in the king's name, but everyone understood that Richard remained hostile to their program and would reassert his authority at the first opportunity. This created an atmosphere of permanent crisis that made long-term planning almost impossible. Henry's role during this period was complex and sometimes uncomfortable. As one of the younger Appellants, he was often called upon to serve as a messenger or negotiator between the group and various political factions. His personal relationship with Richard, despite their political differences, sometimes made him a useful intermediary when tensions threatened to spiral completely out of control. Yet Henry also began to understand during this period that political power, once seized, must be constantly defended. The Appellants' victory at Radcot Bridge had not ended their struggle with Richard. It had merely opened a new phase of that conflict. The king remained in place, resentful and watchful, waiting for his opportunity to strike back at those who had humiliated him. The end of the Appellants' control came gradually, rather than through any single dramatic event. By 1389, Richard had begun to reassert his authority, partly through patient political manoeuvring and partly through the simple passage of time. The Appellants found their support gradually eroding as nobles who had initially backed their cause began to question whether permanent conflict with the king was sustainable. Henry was among the first of the Appellants to recognize that their position was becoming untenable. His father's expected return from Spain would create new political pressures, and Henry understood that John of Gaunt would never support an indefinite rebellion against royal authority. When Richard moved to resume full control of the government in May 1389, Henry chose not to resist, instead accepting the king's offer of amnesty and attempting to rebuild his relationship with his cousin. This decision marked the end of Henry's first experience with political rebellion, but it had taught him invaluable lessons that would shape his later career. He had learned that even kings could be overthrown if sufficient force was brought to bear against them. He had seen how quickly political alliances could shift and how dangerous it was to rely too heavily on the loyalty of fair-weather friends. Most importantly, he had discovered his own capacity for decisive action in times of crisis. The experience of the Lord's Appellant also revealed something crucial about Henry's character: his ability to recognize when a situation was becoming untenable and to adjust his position accordingly. Unlike some of his fellow Appellants, who remained bitter and resentful about Richard's resumption of power, Henry demonstrated a pragmatic flexibility that would serve him well in future political crises. Perhaps most significantly, Henry's participation in the Appellant movement had established his credentials as a potential alternative to Richard's rule. Throughout England, those who had supported the Appellant's program remembered Henry as one of the young nobles who had been willing to risk everything to defend the realm against incompetent government. This reputation would prove invaluable when Henry eventually decided to make his own bid for the throne. The lessons of 1387 to 1389 would echo throughout the rest of Henry's life. He had learned that traditional authority could be successfully challenged, but also that such challenges carried enormous risks and were difficult to sustain. He had seen how quickly allies could become enemies and how important it was to maintain flexibility in an ever-changing political landscape. Most importantly, he had demonstrated to himself and others that he possessed the courage and skill necessary to lead men in desperate circumstances. As the dust settled from this first great political crisis of his adult life, Henry emerged as a changed man. The idealistic young nobleman who had initially joined the Appellants out of genuine concern for good government had been transformed into a more calculating and pragmatic politician. He remained committed to effective governance and the welfare of the realm, but he now understood that achieving these goals might require actions that previous generations would have considered unthinkable. The seeds of Henry's future usurpation had been planted during these years of rebellion and reconciliation. He had learned that kings could fall, and that those with sufficient courage and skill might rise to take their place. It was a lesson that would lie dormant for nearly a decade, but when the right moment came, Henry would remember everything he had learned during his time as a Lord Appellant. The years following the collapse of the Lord's Appellant movement marked a period of superficial reconciliation between Henry and King Richard II, but beneath the surface, tensions continued to simmer and grow. Both men understood that their relationship had been fundamentally altered by the events of 1387 to 1389, and neither could entirely forget or forgive what had transpired during those turbulent months. Richard, for his part, had learned to be more cautious in his approach to government. The shock of having his authority successfully challenged had taught him the dangers of appearing too arbitrary or dismissive of noble opinion. He made efforts to consult more widely with his council and to avoid the kind of obvious favoritism that had triggered the Appellant rebellion. Yet those who knew him well could sense that his apparent moderation masked a deep resentment and a determination to eventually settle accounts with those who had humiliated him. Henry, meanwhile, found himself in an increasingly awkward position. His reconciliation with Richard had been accepted by the king, but it came with the implicit understanding that Henry's loyalty was now conditional rather than absolute. He was welcomed back into the royal circle, but he was also watched constantly for signs of renewed disloyalty. Every action he took, every word he spoke in council, was scrutinized for evidence of continuing opposition to royal authority. The relationship between the two cousins was further complicated by their contrasting personalities and approaches to the challenges of noble life. Richard had emerged from the Appellant crisis with an even greater preference for ceremony, luxury, and the elaborate court rituals that emphasized royal dignity. He surrounded himself with artists, poets, and scholars, creating a refined cultural environment that was admired throughout Europe, but which sometimes seemed disconnected from the practical business of governance. Henry, by contrast, had developed an increasingly martial outlook during his years of political education. He spent more time training with weapons, studying military tactics, and cultivating relationships with the professional soldiers who served in his household. Where Richard sought to inspire awe through magnificent display, Henry preferred to earn respect through demonstrated competence in the arts of war and leadership. These differences became particularly apparent during the various military expeditions that occupied much of the 1390s. When opportunities arose for English nobles to participate in foreign campaigns or crusading ventures, Henry consistently volunteered for the most challenging and dangerous assignments. His participation in expeditions to Lithuania, where he fought alongside the Teutonic Knights against pagan tribes, earned him a reputation for courage and military skill that extended far beyond England's borders. Richard, while not lacking in personal bravery, showed less enthusiasm for such ventures. He preferred diplomatic solutions to military ones and was often critical of what he saw as the unnecessary risks that Henry and other martial nobles seemed eager to embrace. This difference in approach reflected deeper philosophical disagreements about the proper role of kingship and the relationship between ruler and ruled. The growing distance between the cousins was also evident in their respective approaches to marriage and family life. Henry's marriage to Mary de Bohun had produced several children by the early 1390s, including his eldest son, who would one day become Henry V. Richard's marriage to Anne of Bohemia, while apparently affectionate, had not yet produced any heirs, creating concerns about the succession that would only intensify as the years passed. Henry's growing family gave him additional stakes in England's political future and strengthened his connections to other noble houses through the complex web of marriage alliances that characterized medieval politics. Each new child represented not just personal joy, but also political opportunity, as potential marriages could be arranged to cement alliances or resolve disputes. Richard's childlessness, by contrast, left the succession question unresolved and created uncertainty about the dynasty's long-term survival. The tension between the two men was exacerbated by their different relationships with Parliament and the broader political community. Henry had learned during his time as a Lord Appellant to work collaboratively with other nobles and to seek consensus on important issues. His approach to politics emphasized consultation, compromise, and the building of broad coalitions to support particular policies or initiatives. Richard, despite his apparent moderation following the Appellant crisis, remained fundamentally committed to a more autocratic vision of kingship. He had accepted the need to work with Parliament and his council, but he did so reluctantly and with obvious impatience. His ideal remained a monarchy in which the king's will was law and opposition was considered tantamount to treason. These philosophical differences created ongoing friction in practical political situations. When issues arose that required delicate negotiation or careful consensus building, Henry's approach often proved more effective than Richard's. This success, while beneficial for the realm, served to highlight the king's limitations and intensify his resentment toward his increasingly accomplished cousin. The situation was further complicated by the influence of John of Gaunt, who remained one of England's most powerful nobles despite his advancing age. John's relationship with his nephew Richard had always been complex, combining genuine loyalty to the crown with occasional frustration at the king's political misjudgments. As Henry's father, John found himself caught between his duty to support royal authority and his natural desire to protect and advance his son's interests. John's efforts to mediate between Richard and Henry were often successful in the short term, but they also created an underlying tension that could not be permanently resolved. Both younger men understood that John's death would remove an important stabilizing influence from their relationship, potentially opening the way for more direct confrontation between them. The broader European political situation also contributed to the growing strain between the cousins. The 100 Years' War with France had entered a period of relative quiescence, but tensions remained high, and both countries continued to seek advantages through diplomatic maneuvering and occasional military pressure. Henry's reputation as a skilled warrior and diplomat made him an increasingly important figure in these international negotiations, while Richard's preference for peaceful solutions sometimes conflicted with the aggressive approach favoured by many English nobles. Henry's successful participation in various international ventures during this period enhanced his reputation not just in England, but throughout Europe. His crusading expeditions, diplomatic missions, and tournament appearances had made him a well-known figure in courts from Portugal to Hungary. This international prominence was both an asset and a liability, as it provided Henry with potential sources of support outside England, while also making Richard increasingly aware of his cousin's growing influence. The king's awareness of Henry's rising star was particularly evident during court ceremonials and public appearances. Richard had always been conscious of maintaining proper protocol and ensuring that royal dignity was respected in all circumstances. Yet Henry's presence at these events sometimes overshadowed the king himself, as nobles and foreign visitors were often more interested in meeting the famous crusader and military hero than in paying homage to the monarch. By the mid-1390s, it had become clear to careful observers that the relationship between Richard and Henry was fundamentally unstable. Both men maintained the outward forms of royal courtesy and family affection, but their interactions were increasingly marked by subtle tensions and unspoken rivalries that suggested future conflict was inevitable. The clearest indication of this growing strain came in the form of Richard's increasingly erratic behavior toward those who had once opposed him. While Henry had been officially pardoned for his role in the Lord's Appellant movement, the king's treatment of other former rebels suggested that his forgiveness was neither complete nor permanent. The execution of several nobles who had supported the Appellants sent a clear message that Richard's memory was long and his capacity for vengeance remained intact. Henry watched these developments with growing unease, recognizing that his own position might not be as secure as it appeared. king's apparent reconciliation with him could easily be reversed if circumstances changed, or if Richard decided that eliminating potential threats was more important than maintaining family harmony. This realization led Henry to begin making subtle preparations for the possibility that he might once again find himself in opposition to royal authority. The most significant manifestation of the growing tension between the cousins came through their competing visions for England's future. Henry had developed a clear sense that the realm needed stronger, more decisive leadership to address the mounting challenges it faced. The ongoing conflicts with France, the persistent problems with Scotland, and the various internal difficulties that plagued English governance all seemed to cry out for more effective royal action. Richard, however, appeared increasingly detached from these practical concerns. His interest lay more in the cultural and ceremonial aspects of kingship than in the hard work of day-to-day administration. While this approach had certain merits, Richard's court was indeed one of the most sophisticated in Europe. It also meant that pressing problems were often left unaddressed, while the king pursued his artistic and intellectual interests. The contrast between the two men's approaches became particularly evident during the various crises that punctuated the 1490s. When military action was required, Henry was usually among the first to volunteer for dangerous assignments, while Richard preferred to seek diplomatic solutions even when force might have been more effective. When delicate negotiations were needed, Henry's pragmatic approach often achieved better results than Richard's more rigid adherence to ceremonial protocol. These differences in temperament and approach were reflected in their respective followings among the English nobility. Henry attracted the loyalty of practical, military-minded nobles who valued competence and effectiveness above all else. Richard's supporters tended to be more concerned with court politics, cultural pursuits, and the maintenance of traditional ceremonial practices. The division between these two factions was not absolute. Many nobles maintained good relationships with both men and tried to avoid taking sides in their growing rivalry. But the existence of these competing power centers created an underlying instability in English politics that grew more pronounced as the decade progressed. Henry's marriage arrangements for his children also reflected his growing awareness that his relationship with Richard might not remain stable indefinitely. The matches he negotiated were designed not only to advance Lancastrian interests, but also to create potential sources of support should he ever find himself in conflict with the crown. Each alliance represented both a personal bond and a political calculation, preparing for contingencies that Henry hoped would never arise, but feared might become necessary. The death of Richard's beloved Queen Anne in 1394 marked another turning point in the relationship between the cousins. The king's grief was profound and genuine, but it also seemed to intensify his existing tendencies towards suspicion and arbitrary behavior. Without Anne's moderating influence, Richard became more isolated from his nobles and more convinced that he was surrounded by potential enemies. Henry, like many others, attempted to provide comfort and support to his cousin during this difficult period, but Richard's response to these overtures was increasingly erratic, sometimes welcoming them and other times rejecting them with surprising hostility. This unpredictability made it difficult for anyone to maintain stable relationships with the king, and contributed to the growing sense that Richard's reign was becoming increasingly unstable. The king's decision to remarry quickly, choosing the very young Isabella of France as his new queen, was seen by many as further evidence of his poor judgment. The marriage was clearly motivated by diplomatic considerations rather than personal affection, and Isabella's extreme youth meant that she could provide neither the emotional support that Anne had offered, nor the immediate prospect of heirs that the realm desperately needed. Henry's response to Richard's remarriage was characteristically diplomatic, but privately, he shared the concerns that many nobles expressed about the king's judgment. The marriage alliance with France was not without its merits, but it also represented a significant departure from traditional English foreign policy, and suggested that Richard was willing to make major decisions without adequate consultation with his advisors. As the 1390s drew to a close, the underlying tensions between Richard and Henry had created a situation that many contemporary observers recognized as unsustainable. Both men understood that their rivalry could not continue indefinitely without eventually erupting into open conflict, yet neither seemed willing or able to take the steps necessary to resolve their differences peacefully. The stage was being set for the dramatic confrontation that would ultimately transform Henry from a rebellious nobleman into a usurping king. The lessons he had learned during his time as a Lord Appellant, combined with his growing awareness of Richard's fundamental unfitness for rule, were preparing him for the moment when desperate circumstances would require desperate measures. The final crisis in the relationship between Henry and King Richard II began with what appeared to be a relatively minor incident involving Henry's former ally from the Lord's Appellant days, Thomas Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham. What started as a private conversation between two old comrades would ultimately lead to one of the most dramatic confrontations in medieval English history and set in motion the events that would bring Henry to the throne. The trouble began in late 1397 or early 1398, when Mowbray approached Henry with concerns about their mutual safety under Richard's increasingly paranoid rule. The two men had been through much together during the turbulent years of the Appellant Rebellion, and their shared experiences had created a bond of trust that made such confidential discussions possible. What Mowbray told Henry during this fateful conversation would remain a matter of dispute for centuries to come. According to Henry's later testimony, Mowbray had expressed fear that both of them remained under suspicion despite their apparent reconciliation with the king. Mowbray allegedly warned that Richard had not forgotten or forgiven their past rebellion and was simply waiting for the right moment to move against them. The conversation, as Henry described it, contained treasonous implications about the king's character and intentions that could not be ignored by a loyal subject. Mowbray's version of events, predictably, was quite different. He vehemently denied making any treasonous statements and claimed that Henry had misunderstood or deliberately distorted their conversation. The truth of what was actually said between the two men in that private moment may never be known, but the consequences of their disagreement would reshape English history. Faced with what he claimed was knowledge of treasonous speech, Henry found himself in an impossible position. If he reported Mowbray's words to the king, he would be betraying a former ally and potentially destroying a man's life based on a private conversation. If he remained silent, he could be accused of concealing treason and sharing in Mowbray's guilt. Either choice carried enormous risks, but Henry ultimately decided that his duty to the crown outweighed his personal loyalty to Mowbray. When Henry reported the conversation to Richard, the king's response revealed the deep suspicions that continued to plague his relationship with the former Lord's Appellant. Rather than simply investigating the matter quietly, Richard chose to make it a public spectacle that would serve as a demonstration of royal justice and a warning to any who might consider challenging his authority. Mowbray was immediately arrested and brought before the king to answer Henry's accusations. His denials were vehement and apparently sincere, creating a situation where it was impossible to determine who was telling the truth without some form of divine intervention. In medieval legal tradition, such impossible cases could be resolved through trial by combat, where God was believed to ensure victory for the party whose cause was just. The decision to resolve the dispute through judicial combat was both dramatic and dangerous. Such trials were rare by the late 14th century, and the choice to employ this ancient procedure emphasized the seriousness of the accusations and the king's determination to see the matter resolved definitively. For both Henry and Mowbray, the stakes could not have been higher. Defeat would mean not only death, but also dishonor and the destruction of their family's reputation. The preparations for the combat were elaborate and carefully choreographed, reflecting both the legal significance of the proceedings and Richard's love of ceremonial display. The lists were constructed at Coventry, and elaborate pavilions were erected for the king and his court to observe the proceedings. Heralds proclaimed the terms of the combat throughout the realm, ensuring that all of England would know of this dramatic test of divine justice. Henry approached the trial with characteristic thoroughness, spending months preparing both physically and spiritually for the ordeal ahead. He trained intensively with his weapons and armor, ensuring that his martial skills were at their peak. He also engaged in extensive prayers and religious observances, seeking divine favor for his cause and preparing his soul for the possibility of death. The spiritual preparation was particularly important, as medieval belief held that God would not allow an unjust cause to triumph in trial by combat. Henry's confidence in his ultimate victory had to be based not just on his physical abilities, but on his sincere belief that he was fighting for truth and justice. This conviction would sustain him through the difficult months of preparation and uncertainty. Mowbray, for his part, maintained his innocence and prepared for the combat with equal determination. His supporters argued that Henry's accusations were motivated by personal ambition rather than genuine concern for the king's safety, and they expressed confidence that divine justice would vindicate their champion. The dispute had thus become not just a personal conflict between two nobles, but a test of competing versions of truth and loyalty. As the appointed day approached, tension throughout England reached a fever pitch. The outcome of the combat would have implications far beyond the immediate question of who had spoken truthfully about that controversial conversation. A victory by Henry would confirm his status as a loyal servant of the crown and potentially position him for even greater influence in royal councils. A victory by Mowbray would raise serious questions about Henry's motives and might expose him to charges of bearing false witness. The day of the combat, September 16th, 1398, dawned clear and bright, as if nature itself wished to provide perfect conditions for this momentous test of divine will. The lists at Coventry were packed with spectators representing every level of English society, from great nobles to common craftsmen, all eager to witness this extraordinary spectacle of medieval justice. Both combatants appeared in magnificent armor, mounted on their finest war horses, and armed with lance, sword, and other weapons of knightly warfare. The ceremony began with formal proclamations of the charges and countercharges, followed by solemn oaths from both participants, swearing to the justice of their respective causes. The tension in the crowd was palpable as the moment of combat approached. Then, in one of the most shocking interventions in English royal history, King Richard suddenly called a halt to the proceedings, just as the two knights were preparing to charge at each other. Rising from his seat in the royal pavilion, the king declared that he would not permit the combat to proceed, instead pronouncing his own judgment on the matter that would resolve the dispute through royal prerogative rather than divine intervention. The crowd's stunned silence reflected the unprecedented nature of Richard's action. Trial by combat was an ancient legal procedure with deep religious significance, and royal interference in such proceedings was virtually unknown. By stopping the combat, Richard was asserting his authority over both human justice and divine will, a claim that many contemporary observers found deeply troubling. The king's pronouncement was swift and devastating for both participants. Mowbray was sentenced to perpetual exile, banished from England for life with no possibility of return. His lands and titles were forfeited to the crown, and he was forbidden from ever again setting foot in his native land. For a medieval nobleman, such a sentence was equivalent to social and political death, cutting him off forever from the sources of identity and meaning that defined his existence. Henry's punishment, while less severe, was still shocking in its arbitrariness. He was sentenced to 10 years of exile, during which time he would be forbidden from entering England or communicating with English subjects. Unlike Mowbray, Henry was permitted to retain his titles and receive income from his estates, but he was still being punished despite having reported what he claimed was treasonous speech in service to the crown. The logic behind Richard's decision was immediately questioned by observers throughout England and Europe. If Henry had indeed been acting loyally by reporting Mowbray's treasonous words, why was he being punished at all? If both men were guilty of some offence that required exile, what was the nature of their shared crime? The king's unwillingness to explain his reasoning in detail fueled speculation about his true motives and mental state. Many contemporary observers concluded that Richard's primary goal was to remove two potential threats from England simultaneously, using their dispute as a pretext for eliminating former Lord's Appellant, whose loyalty he continued to question. By exiling both men, the king could present himself as impartially dispensing justice, while actually achieving the political goal of weakening potential opposition to his rule. For Henry, the shock of exile was compounded by the manifest injustice of his treatment. He had acted, by his own account, as a loyal subject reporting potential treason to his sovereign, yet he was being punished as if he were himself guilty of some unspecified crime. The arbitrariness of Richard's decision revealed the fundamental instability of the king's character and the danger that any subject faced when dealing with such an unpredictable ruler. The sentence of exile also represented a personal catastrophe for Henry, separating him from his family, his estates, and everything that gave meaning to his life as an English nobleman. His wife Mary and their children would remain in England, while he wandered in foreign lands, dependent on the charity of foreign rulers and cut off from the sources of income and authority that defined his identity. As Henry prepared to leave England in October 1398, he could not have imagined that this apparent disaster would ultimately become the catalyst for his rise to supreme power. The injustice of his exile would provide moral justification for his eventual return, while his time abroad would give him the international connections and military experience necessary to mount a successful challenge to Richard's rule. The Mowbray affair had revealed the fundamental bankruptcy of Richard's approach to governance and the danger that his arbitrary rule posed to every subject of the realm. In trying to eliminate potential threats through judicial manipulation, Richard had instead created the conditions for the greatest threat his reign would face. The man he sent into exile would return as a conqueror, armed with both the military power and the moral authority necessary to overthrow a king. The winter of 1398 to 1399 found Henry living in uncomfortable exile at the French court, dependent on the charity of strangers and cut off from everything that had previously defined his life as an English nobleman. He had found refuge with relatives and allies on the continent, but the uncertainty of his position weighed heavily upon him as he contemplated an indefinite future away from his homeland, his family, and his rightful inheritance. The French court, while courteous to their distinguished guest, was also cautious about becoming too closely involved with an English exile whose ultimate fate remained uncertain. King Charles VI received Henry with appropriate dignity, but the ongoing tensions between England and France made it impossible for the French to offer more than polite hospitality to someone who might eventually be reconciled with King Richard II. Henry spent his days in the endless routine of courtly life, participating in hunts and tournaments, attending diplomatic receptions, and maintaining the social connections that might prove valuable in an uncertain future. Yet beneath the surface of these activities lay a constant anxiety about his family's welfare and his own prospects for eventual restoration to royal favour. The news from England that reached Henry during these months was often contradictory and always incomplete. Letters from friends and family provided some information about political developments, but the danger of intercepted correspondence meant that such communications were necessarily guarded and oblique. Henry found himself piecing together a fragmentary picture of events from rumours, diplomatic gossip, and the occasional coded message from trusted allies. What he learned was deeply troubling. Richard's behaviour had become increasingly erratic and autocratic since Henry's departure, with the king apparently interpreting his successful elimination of the former Lord's Appellant as carte blanche to pursue ever more arbitrary policies. The executions and confiscations that had marked Richard's Revenge Parliament of 1397 had continued, creating an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty among the English nobility. Perhaps most ominously, Richard had begun to show particular hostility toward the Lancastrian affinity, the network of nobles, knights, and retainers who owed allegiance to John of Gaunt and his family. Several prominent Lancastrians had been arrested on dubious charges, while others had found their access to court severely restricted. It seemed clear that Richard viewed the entire House of Lancaster as a potential threat that needed to be systematically weakened. These reports filled Henry with growing anxiety about his father's safety and his family's future. John of Gaunt remained one of England's most powerful nobles, but even his immense wealth and influence might not protect him if Richard decided that the Lancastrian threat needed to be eliminated entirely. The old duke's age and declining health made him increasingly vulnerable to the kind of sudden political attack that had destroyed so many other former opponents of the king. The crisis that Henry had been dreading arrived with devastating suddenness in February 1399, when word reached him that his father had died at Leicester Castle on February 3rd. The news hit Henry like a physical blow, not only because of his personal grief at losing the man who had been his guide and protector throughout his life, but also because John's death left the entire Lancastrian inheritance in mortal peril. Under normal circumstances, Henry's succession to his father's titles and estates would have been automatic and unquestioned. As John of Gaunt's eldest legitimate son, Henry was the undisputed heir to the Duchy of Lancaster and all the vast wealth and power that went with it. The Lancastrian inheritance included not only extensive estates throughout England, but also the Palatinate powers that made the Duke of Lancaster virtually a sovereign ruler within his own territories. But these were not normal circumstances, and Richard II was not a normal king operating under traditional constraints. Almost immediately after John of Gaunt's death, reports began to reach Henry that the king was considering whether to allow the normal inheritance to proceed, or whether to treat Henry's exile as grounds for permanent confiscation of the Lancastrian estates. the legal precedent for such action was weak at best. While kings had occasionally confiscated the estates of rebels and traitors, Henry had never been formally convicted of any crime beyond whatever offence had warranted his 10-year exile. More importantly, medieval law generally recognized that exile did not automatically void inheritance rights, particularly when the exile had been imposed by royal prerogative rather than by due process of law. Yet Richard's increasingly arbitrary approach to governance suggested that legal precedent and traditional rights might count for little if the king decided that his political interests required a different course of action. The vast Lancastrian estates would provide Richard with enormous additional resources that could be used to reward supporters and strengthen royal power. From a purely practical standpoint, confiscating Henry's inheritance would simultaneously enrich the crown and eliminate a potential source of opposition. The uncertainty surrounding his inheritance left Henry in an impossible position. He could not return to England to press his claims without violating the terms of his exile and risking immediate arrest or worse. Yet remaining abroad while Richard decided the fate of his patrimony meant accepting a completely subordinate position that might easily become permanent if the king chose to ignore all traditional rights of inheritance. Henry's advisors and supporters urged him to send formal appeals to Richard, respectfully requesting confirmation of his inheritance rights and perhaps offering additional concessions in exchange for the king's favour. Such an approach might work if Richard's primary concern was ensuring Henry's complete submission to royal authority. But if the king's real goal was permanent elimination of the Lancastrian threat, no amount of humble pleading would suffice to protect Henry's birthright. The devastating news that Henry had been dreading arrived in March 1399, when Richard formally announced his decision to extend Henry's exile from 10 years to life and to confiscate all Lancastrian estates for the crown. The king's justification for this action was transparently weak. He claimed that Henry had violated the terms of his exile by maintaining correspondence with English subjects and attempting to influence political affairs from abroad. The confiscation of the Lancastrian inheritance represented far more than a personal disaster for Henry. It was an attack on the fundamental principles that held medieval society together. The right of inheritance was considered sacred and inviolable, one of the basic building blocks of social order that even kings were expected to respect. By arbitrarily seizing Henry's patrimony, Richard was signalling that no noble's property was safe if it conflicted with royal convenience. The reaction throughout England was swift and largely negative. Many nobles who had previously supported Richard or remained neutral in political disputes now began to question whether their own estates might be vulnerable to similar arbitrary confiscation. If the king could simply seize the vast Lancastrian inheritance without cause, what would prevent him from targeting other noble families whenever he needed money or wanted to eliminate potential opposition? For Henry personally, Richard's action represented the final breaking point in their relationship. The king had now taken everything from him: his homeland, his family, his titles, and his inheritance. There was nothing left to lose through resistance and everything to gain through bold action. The man who had spent months in passive exile suddenly found himself energized by the prospect of fighting back against the injustice that had been visited upon him. The decision to return to England and reclaim his inheritance by force was not one that Henry made lightly. He understood that such action would constitute open rebellion against an anointed king, a crime that carried not only the death penalty, but also eternal damnation according to medieval religious teaching. Yet he also understood that accepting Richard's confiscation would mean accepting permanent exile and the destruction of everything his family had built over generations. Henry's preparations for his return began immediately after news of the confiscation reached him. He started by reaching out to other English exiles and dissidents who might be willing to support an expedition against Richard's government. Many of these men had their own grievances against the king and were eager for an opportunity to return home and reclaim what they had lost. The most important of these potential allies was Thomas Arundel, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, who had been exiled for his opposition to Richard's policies. Arundel brought not only his own political connections, but also the potential for religious legitimacy that could help justify Henry's cause in the eyes of the English people. An archbishop's blessing could help transform mere rebellion into a righteous crusade against tyrannical government. Henry also began cultivating relationships with continental rulers who might be willing to provide practical support for his enterprise. The French were naturally interested in anything that might destabilize their English rivals, while other European powers had their own reasons for wanting to see Richard's arbitrary rule challenged. These diplomatic efforts would prove crucial in providing Henry with the ships, supplies, and military assistance necessary for a successful invasion. Perhaps most importantly, Henry began receiving messages from supporters within England itself, indicating that significant elements of the English nobility were prepared to support his return if he could demonstrate serious intent and military capability. The network of Lancastrian retainers remained largely intact despite John of Gaunt's death, and many of these men were eager to support their rightful lord against the king, who had unjustly dispossessed him. As spring turned to summer in 1399, Henry's plans began to crystallize into concrete action. The time for passive acceptance of injustice had passed. The moment for decisive action had arrived. The exile who had spent months depending on foreign charity was about to transform himself into an invading general, leading a force that would challenge not just Richard's government, but the entire basis of medieval royal authority. The confiscation of the Lancastrian inheritance had given Henry both the moral justification and the practical necessity for rebellion. Richard's violation of fundamental property rights provided a cause that could rally support among nobles who might otherwise have hesitated to challenge royal authority. At the same time, Henry's desperate circumstances meant that he had nothing left to lose through bold action and everything to gain through successful resistance. The stage was now set for one of the most dramatic confrontations in English history. The exiled duke who had been stripped of everything would return to claim not just his inheritance, but the throne itself. The king who had thought to eliminate a threat through arbitrary confiscation would discover that he had instead created an enemy with nothing left to lose and everything to fight for. As Henry made his final preparations for the invasion that would change English history forever, he could not have known that Richard's greatest mistake was not the confiscation itself, but the assumption that a man with nothing left to lose would accept his fate quietly. The point of no return had been passed, and the consequences would reshape the English monarchy for generations to come. The summer of 1399 found Richard II absent from England at the worst possible moment, campaigning in Ireland while political storm clouds gathered across the Channel in France. The king's decision to lead a major expedition to suppress Irish rebellion seemed reasonable on its surface. Ireland had been a persistent source of trouble for English rule, and Richard's previous intervention there had been reasonably successful. Yet his absence would prove to be a fatal strategic error that handed his enemies the opportunity they needed to strike at the heart of his power. Henry spent the early summer months of 1399 carefully preparing for what he knew would be the most dangerous gamble of his life. From his base in Paris, he coordinated with other English exiles, cultivated support among continental allies, and began assembling the military resources necessary for an invasion of England. Every detail had to be planned with meticulous care, for there would be no second chance if his expedition failed. The most crucial element of Henry's planning was determining where and when to launch his invasion. England's southern coast was heavily defended and constantly watched for signs of French attack, making a landing there extremely risky. The eastern approaches were similarly well guarded, and any force attempting to land near London would face immediate confrontation with whatever royal forces remained in the capital. Henry's solution was characteristically bold and unexpected. Rather than attempting to fight his way ashore near England's centres of power, he would land in the north, in Yorkshire, where Lancastrian influence was strongest, and where he could expect to find immediate support among his family's traditional retainers. The port of Ravenspur, near the mouth of the Humber River, offered a relatively undefended landing site that could be reached without alerting the royal government until it was too late to mount effective opposition. The choice of Yorkshire as his landing site was more than just tactical. It was also deeply symbolic. This was Lancastrian heartland, where generations of Henry's ancestors had built their power and where loyalty to his family ran deepest. By landing there, Henry would be appealing not just to political calculation, but to the personal bonds of allegiance that tied the local nobility and gentry to the House of Lancaster. Henry's invasion force was necessarily small, perhaps no more than 300 men, but it was carefully chosen for maximum effect. Rather than bringing a large army that would be impossible to transport secretly and sustain in enemy territory, he assembled a corps of experienced soldiers and trusted supporters who could serve as the nucleus around which a larger force could be built once the expedition reached English soil. Among Henry's companions were several other English exiles who had their own reasons for wanting to see Richard's government overthrown. Thomas Arundel, the deposed Archbishop of Canterbury, provided both political credibility and religious sanction for the enterprise. Sir Thomas Erpingham and other experienced military commanders brought the tactical expertise necessary to transform Henry's followers into an effective fighting force. The expedition also included a significant number of Henry's personal household knights and retainers, men who had served his family for years and who were prepared to risk everything for their lord's restoration. These were not mercenaries fighting for pay, but loyal followers whose fate was inextricably linked to Henry's success or failure. Their presence gave the invasion force a personal character that would prove crucial in rallying support once they reached England. Henry's preparations extended beyond merely assembling men and ships. He also worked to coordinate his invasion with sympathetic elements already within England, using a network of secret correspondence to gather intelligence about political conditions and to prepare the ground for his return. These communications were necessarily cryptic and dangerous, but they provided Henry with crucial information about which nobles might be willing to support his cause and where royal resistance was likely to be strongest. The invasion fleet that assembled in French ports during June 1399 was modest in size, but well equipped for its purpose. Henry had managed to secure not only transport vessels, but also supplies, weapons, and money sufficient to sustain his force during the crucial first weeks of the campaign. French support was crucial to these preparations, though it was provided discreetly to avoid giving Richard grounds to claim that Henry was merely a tool of foreign enemies. On July 4th, 1399, Henry's fleet set sail from the French coast, carrying with it the hopes and fears of everyone who had suffered under Richard's increasingly arbitrary rule. The crossing was accomplished without incident, and by July 4th, Henry's force had landed safely at Ravenspur, ready to begin the campaign that would transform the exiled duke into a conquering king. The news of Henry's landing spread through Yorkshire like wildfire, carried by messengers who rode hard through the summer countryside to spread word that the rightful heir to Lancaster had returned to reclaim his inheritance. The response was everything Henry had hoped for and more. Nobles, knights, and common folk flocked to his banner in numbers that soon transformed his small invasion force into a formidable army. The first major nobles to join Henry were the Percy family, Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, and his son Sir Henry Percy, known as Hotspur, for his reputation as a fierce and impetuous warrior. The Percys controlled vast estates in northern England and commanded the loyalty of thousands of experienced soldiers. Their decision to support Henry's cause was both a personal endorsement of his claim and a practical demonstration that significant elements of the English nobility were prepared to abandon Richard. As Henry's army marched south from Yorkshire, it grew larger with each passing day. Knights arrived with their retinues, archers came from the villages, and even common labourers took up improvised weapons to join what was beginning to look less like a rebellion and more like a popular uprising. The speed with which support materialized demonstrated the depth of discontent with Richard's rule and the extent to which the king had alienated his own subjects. The psychological effect of Henry's return was perhaps even more important than its immediate military impact. For years, Richard had ruled through fear and intimidation, convincing his subjects that resistance was futile and that challengers would be swiftly and ruthlessly destroyed. Henry's successful landing and rapid gathering of support shattered this illusion of invincibility, showing that the king was vulnerable and that effective opposition was not only possible, but likely to succeed. Richard's supporters, meanwhile, found themselves paralyzed by indecision and conflicting loyalties. Many royal officials had private sympathies with Henry's cause, or at least serious reservations about Richard's fitness to rule. When forced to choose between supporting an absent king whose policies they questioned and joining a popular movement led by a man they respected, many chose to abandon their posts rather than fight for a cause they no longer believed in. The speed of Henry's advance and the collapse of royal resistance in the north left Richard's government in London scrambling to mount some kind of effective response. With the king absent in Ireland and many of his closest supporters either dead, exiled, or of questionable loyalty, the Royal Council found itself unable to organize coherent opposition to Henry's growing rebellion. By the time Richard received word of Henry's invasion and began making arrangements to return to England, the political situation had already shifted decisively in favor of the rebels. What had begun as a desperate gamble by an exiled nobleman had transformed into an irresistible movement that was sweeping away the foundations of Richard's authority throughout northern and central England. Henry's march south from Yorkshire was triumphal in character, more like a victory parade than a military campaign. Towns opened their gates without resistance, castles surrendered without siege, and local officials hastened to demonstrate their loyalty to the returning heir of Lancaster. The rapidity and completeness of this collapse revealed the extent to which Richard's government had lost the confidence and allegiance of its own people. The psychological momentum was entirely on Henry's side as his army approached the centers of royal power. Each day brought new adherents to his cause, while Richard's supporters melted away or switched sides with bewildering speed. What had seemed impossible just weeks earlier, the overthrow of an anointed king by a small band of exiles, was beginning to look not just possible, but inevitable. As Henry's forces drew near to London, it became clear that Richard would return from Ireland to find not a minor rebellion that could be easily suppressed, but a full-scale revolution that had already succeeded in everything but the final formality of removing him from the throne. The exile who had landed with 300 followers now commanded an army of thousands and the allegiance of much of the English nobility. The transformation was complete. Henry Bolingbroke had returned to England as a dispossessed exile seeking restoration of his inheritance, but he would soon discover that his supporters expected him to claim something far greater than the Duchy of Lancaster. The momentum of events was carrying him toward a throne that he had never originally sought, but which was now within his grasp, if he had the courage to seize it. The summer of 1399 had witnessed one of the most dramatic reversals of fortune in English history. A king who had seemed unassailable just months earlier was now a fugitive in his own realm, while the exile he had tried to destroy forever had returned as the leader of a movement that threatened to sweep away not just Richard's government, but the entire basis of his claim to rule. King Richard II landed on the Welsh coast in late July 1399 to discover that the kingdom he had left under firm royal control just months earlier had been transformed beyond recognition. The reports that reached him from his hastily assembled council painted a picture of political collapse so complete that many of his advisors counseled immediate flight to France, rather than any attempt to salvage his crumbling authority. The scale of defection from Richard's cause was breathtaking in its scope and speed. Nobles who had served the crown faithfully for years had abandoned their post to join Henry's growing army. Royal castles had surrendered without resistance, their commanders apparently concluding that opposing the returning exile was both futile and dangerous. Most shocking of all, many of Richard's own appointees and favourites had either fled the country or publicly declared their support for Henry's cause. Richard's immediate instinct was to march directly toward London and confront Henry's forces before they could consolidate their control over the realm's centres of power. Yet this conventional military response proved impossible to implement due to the complete erosion of royal authority throughout most of England. The king found himself virtually isolated, commanding the loyalty of only a few hundred supporters in a kingdom where his enemies numbered in the thousands. The psychological impact of this isolation was devastating for Richard, whose entire conception of kingship rested on the belief that royal authority was divinely ordained and therefore unquestionable. The sight of his subjects flocking to support a rebel who challenged the very foundations of legitimate government struck at the core of Richard's identity and left him paralyzed by doubt and confusion. Henry, meanwhile, had established his headquarters at Chester and was systematically consolidating control over the administrative machinery of English government. His supporters were taking possession of royal castles, treasury offices, and other centres of authority throughout the realm. More importantly, they were doing so with an air of legal legitimacy that made their actions appear less like rebellion and more like the restoration of rightful government. The propaganda war was as important as the military campaign in determining the ultimate outcome of this extraordinary confrontation. Henry's supporters were careful to present their cause not as rebellion against legitimate authority, but as the restoration of justice and proper governance after years of royal misrule. They emphasized Richard's arbitrary confiscation of the Lancastrian inheritance and his violation of traditional rights, arguing that the king had broken his own oath to rule justly and therefore forfeited any claim to obedience. Richard's attempts to rally support were hampered by his isolation and the speed with which events were moving. His calls for loyalty fell on deaf ears among nobles who had grown weary of his unpredictable behavior and suspicious of his intentions toward their own estates and families. The very arbitrariness that Richard had used to intimidate potential opponents now worked against him, as few were willing to risk their lives and fortunes for a king who might turn against them at any moment. The decisive moment came when Richard attempted to negotiate with his enemies from a position of rapidly diminishing strength. Isolated in Conway Castle in Wales with only a handful of loyal supporters, the king found himself forced to enter into discussions with Henry's representatives about the terms under which he might retain his throne. These negotiations revealed the complete collapse of royal authority and Richard's desperate willingness to make almost any concession to preserve his crown. Henry's negotiating position was immensely strong, backed as it was by military force and popular support throughout most of England. Yet he was also aware that his ultimate success would depend not just on defeating Richard, but on legitimizing his own claim to rule. Simply overthrowing a king through force would not be sufficient. Henry needed to demonstrate that his actions were justified by law, tradition, and moral necessity. The trap that ultimately captured Richard was both simple and devastating in its effectiveness. Henry's representatives convinced the king that he could safely leave Conway Castle to meet with Henry personally and negotiate the terms of a settlement that would preserve his throne while addressing the grievances that had sparked the rebellion. This apparent olive branch was exactly what Richard wanted to hear, offering hope that his desperate situation might yet be salvaged through diplomatic compromise. When Richard emerged from Conway Castle on August 19, 1399, he was immediately surrounded by Henry's forces and taken prisoner. The king's small escort was overwhelmed without resistance, and Richard found himself a captive of the man he had sent into exile less than a year earlier. The speed and completeness of his capture demonstrated how thoroughly his authority had collapsed and how completely he had misjudged both his own position and Henry's determination. The psychological impact of Richard's capture reverberated throughout England and Europe. For the first time in English history, a reigning monarch had been taken prisoner by his own subjects and held against his will by those he had once ruled. The sacred aura of kingship, which had protected English monarchs for centuries, had been shattered by the simple fact of Richard's helplessness in the face of organized opposition. Henry's treatment of his captive cousin was outwardly respectful, but unmistakably firm. Richard was housed comfortably and treated with the courtesy due to his royal status, but he was also closely guarded and completely cut off from any possibility of escape or communication with potential supporters. The message was clear. While Henry respected the dignity of Richard's person, he had no intention of allowing the deposed king any opportunity to reverse his defeat. The journey from Conway Castle to London became a victory procession for Henry and a public humiliation for Richard. Town after town turned out to witness the extraordinary spectacle of a captive king being escorted by his successful rival. The crowds that gathered to observe this unprecedented sight were generally sympathetic to Henry's cause, viewing Richard's downfall as just punishment for years of misgovernment and arbitrary rule. Richard's behavior during this journey revealed the depth of his psychological collapse. The confident, imperious monarch, who had ruled England for over 20 years, had been reduced to a broken man, apparently unable to comprehend how his seemingly secure authority had disintegrated so completely. His few public appearances showed a king who had lost not just his power, but his sense of identity and purpose. For Henry, Richard's capture represented both triumph and burden. He had successfully overthrown one of Europe's most powerful monarchs and demonstrated that even divine right could not protect a ruler who lost the confidence of his subjects. Yet he also understood that holding a captive king created new problems and responsibilities that would need to be carefully managed if his victory was to be permanently secured. The legal implications of Richard's capture were complex and unprecedented. Medieval law provided no clear guidance for situations where a reigning monarch was held prisoner by his own subjects, and Henry's advisors struggled to find legal precedents that could justify their actions. The very success of their rebellion had created constitutional questions that would have far-reaching implications for the future of English monarchy. Parliament was summoned to meet in London to address the crisis created by Richard's capture and the collapse of his government. This assembly would need to determine not only Richard's fate, but also the basis on which legitimate government could be restored to England. The questions they faced were fundamental. Could a king be deposed by his subjects? What legal authority could justify such an unprecedented action? Who had the right to rule in Richard's place? Henry's supporters worked diligently to prepare the ground for Parliament's deliberations, ensuring that the assembly would be packed with nobles and representatives who supported their cause. They also began circulating detailed accounts of Richard's alleged crimes and misgovernments, building a legal and moral case for deposition that would convince both Parliament and the broader public that such drastic action was necessary and justified. The propaganda campaign emphasized not only Richard's specific violations of law and custom, but also his fundamental unfitness for royal office, his arbitrary confiscation of noble estates, his violation of traditional rights, and his increasing reliance on foreign advisors were all cited as evidence that he had broken the fundamental compact between king and subjects that made legitimate government possible. Richard, meanwhile, found himself completely powerless to influence these proceedings. Confined under close guard and cut off from his remaining supporters, he could only wait to learn what fate Parliament would decree for him. The man who had once believed himself accountable only to God now faced judgment by the very subjects he had treated with such contempt. As Parliament prepared to convene, the transformation of English politics was becoming clear to observers throughout Europe. The principle of divine right, which had protected monarchs for centuries, had proven insufficient to save a king who lost the practical ability to govern effectively. Henry's success demonstrated that royal authority ultimately depended on the consent of the governed, a lesson that would reshape political thinking throughout medieval Europe. The capture of Richard II marked the end of one phase of Henry's remarkable rise to power and the beginning of another equally challenging period. He had successfully overthrown a king and seized control of the English government, but now he faced the even more difficult task of legitimizing his rule and establishing a stable foundation for his new dynasty. The events of August 1399 had proven that even kings could fall when they lost the confidence of their subjects, but they had also raised fundamental questions about the nature of legitimate authority that would haunt Henry throughout his reign. The man who had captured a king would soon discover that holding power was far more difficult than seizing it, and that the very success of his rebellion had created precedents that might one day be used against him. The autumn of 1399 witnessed one of the most dramatic transfers of power in English history as Parliament assembled to determine the fate of the captive King Richard II and to formally recognize Henry's claim to the throne. The proceedings that unfolded in Westminster during September and October would establish precedents that transformed the nature of English monarchy and created constitutional principles that would endure for centuries. Henry's careful orchestration of Parliament's deliberations revealed his sophisticated understanding of the need to legitimize his seizure of power through legal and constitutional means. Simply holding Richard prisoner was insufficient. Henry needed formal recognition of his right to rule that would satisfy both his subjects and foreign powers, who might otherwise view him as nothing more than a successful rebel. The first crucial step was securing Richard's abdication, which would remove the legal complications associated with deposing a reigning monarch. Henry's representatives worked diligently to convince Richard that voluntary abdication offered his best hope for personal safety and dignified treatment. The alternative, formal deposition proceedings that would detail his alleged crimes before Parliament, would be far more humiliating and potentially dangerous. Richard's decision to abdicate was driven by a complex mixture of genuine despair, calculation about his personal safety, and perhaps some remaining hope that abdication might preserve possibilities for future restoration. The document he signed on September 29, 1399, formally renounced his claim to the throne and released his subjects from their oaths of allegiance. This unprecedented act removed the primary legal obstacle to Henry's accession while providing a veneer of voluntariness to what was essentially a forced transfer of power. Parliament's acceptance of Richard's abdication and recognition of Henry's claim was carefully choreographed to suggest broad consensus, while actually reflecting the political realities created by Henry's military victory. The assembly that gathered in Westminster was dominated by Henry's supporters and allies, ensuring that the formal proceedings would ratify decisions that had already been made on the battlefield and in the council chambers where real power resided. Henry's coronation on October 13, 1399, was both a celebration of his triumph and a statement about the kind of king he intended to be. The ceremony emphasized traditional elements of English royal ritual, while also incorporating innovations that reflected the unusual circumstances of his accession. Most significantly, Henry's coronation oath included explicit promises to respect the rights of his subjects and to govern according to law, rather than arbitrary will. Yet even as Henry celebrated his remarkable rise from exiled nobleman to anointed king, the presence of the deposed Richard created an ongoing problem that threatened to undermine the stability of the new regime. Medieval political theory provided no clear guidance for dealing with living former monarchs, and Richard's continued existence raised uncomfortable questions about the permanence and legitimacy of Henry's rule. The immediate challenge was determining what to do with Richard, who had been transferred to Pontefract Castle in Yorkshire for safekeeping. Allowing him to remain alive created the constant possibility that disaffected nobles might attempt to restore him to the throne, while executing him would require either formal trial proceedings that might prove embarrassing or extrajudicial murder that would stain Henry's reputation for justice and mercy. Henry's initial inclination was to treat Richard with the dignity appropriate to his former status, while keeping him safely confined away from potential supporters. This approach reflected both genuine concern for his cousin's welfare and shrewd political calculation about the importance of appearing merciful and legitimate in the eyes of his subjects and foreign observers. However, the discovery of a serious plot to restore Richard during the Christmas season of 1399 forced Henry to reconsider his merciful approach to the problem of the former king. The conspiracy, known as the Epiphany Rising, involved several prominent nobles who had remained loyal to Richard and who planned to assassinate Henry and his supporters during the traditional celebrations at Windsor Castle. The plot was betrayed before it could be implemented, allowing Henry to escape assassination and to round up most of the conspirators. Yet the very existence of such a conspiracy demonstrated that Richard's continued survival posed an ongoing threat to the stability of Henry's regime. As long as the former king remained alive, disaffected elements would have a focus for their opposition and a legitimate alternative to Henry's rule. The suppression of the Epiphany Rising was swift and brutal, with most of the conspirators being executed after minimal legal proceedings. The severity of Henry's response reflected both his genuine anger at the attempt on his life and his determination to send a clear message to other potential rebels about the consequences of opposing his rule. The executions also served to eliminate several prominent nobles who might have provided leadership for future opposition movements. Yet the most crucial decision that Henry faced in the aftermath of the Epiphany Rising was what to do about Richard himself. The former king had played no direct role in the conspiracy, being confined under close guard at Pontefract Castle, but his mere existence had inspired the plot and would likely inspire future attempts at restoration. The logic of political survival seemed to demand Richard's death, yet Henry was reluctant to order the execution of his cousin and former king. The death of Richard II at Pontefract Castle on February 14, 1400, removed this dilemma in a manner that allowed Henry to avoid direct responsibility while achieving the political benefits of eliminating a dangerous rival. The official cause of death was given as natural illness, though contemporary observers immediately suspected that Richard had been murdered on Henry's orders or with his tacit approval. The exact circumstances of Richard's death remain a subject of historical debate, with various theories proposed about whether he was starved, poisoned, or killed by more direct means. What seems certain is that his death was convenient for Henry's political interests and occurred at a moment when the survival of the Lancastrian regime might have depended on eliminating the focus of opposition that Richard represented. Henry's handling of the aftermath of Richard's death revealed his sophisticated understanding of political propaganda and public opinion. Rather than attempting to hide the former king's demise, Henry ordered that Richard's body be displayed publicly in London to demonstrate conclusively that he was indeed dead and to scotch any rumours that he might have escaped and gone into hiding. The public exhibition of Richard's corpse was a carefully orchestrated spectacle designed to achieve multiple political objectives. It provided definitive proof that the former king was dead, eliminating any possibility that pretenders might claim to be the real Richard returning from exile. It also demonstrated Henry's control over the situation and his willingness to be transparent about events that might otherwise have bred dangerous rumours and speculation. Yet the display of Richard's body also served as a subtle reminder to Henry's subjects about the ultimate fate that awaited those who challenged royal authority. The man who had once ruled England as an anointed king lay dead in a public square, a visible demonstration of how completely his power had been broken and how thoroughly Henry had triumphed over his enemies. The burial of Richard at King's Langley was deliberately modest, reflecting Henry's desire to avoid creating a shrine that might become a focus for opposition sentiment. Unlike the elaborate royal tombs that typically housed deceased monarchs, Richard's final resting place was simple and unadorned, symbolically emphasizing his fall from grace and the permanence of his defeat. The international reaction to Richard's death was mixed, with some foreign rulers expressing shock at the treatment of an anointed monarch, while others pragmatically accepted the new political realities in England. The speed with which most European powers recognized Henry's regime suggested that political calculations outweighed moral concerns about the means by which he had achieved power. For Henry personally, Richard's death represented both relief and burden. The elimination of the most dangerous threat to his regime allowed him to focus on the challenges of establishing stable government and defending his realm against external enemies. Yet he also understood that the manner of Richard's death would forever taint his reputation and provide ammunition for critics who questioned the legitimacy of his rule. The precedent established by Richard's deposition and death would haunt English politics for generations to come. Henry had demonstrated that even divinely anointed kings could be overthrown by determined opposition, but he had also shown that such overthrows typically required the death of the deposed ruler to be permanently effective. These lessons would be remembered by future generations of nobles who found themselves in conflict with royal authority. The murder of Richard II marked the completion of Henry's transformation from exiled nobleman to established monarch, but it also marked the beginning of a reign that would be haunted by the violence and irregularity of its origins. The king, who had seized power through force and maintained it through murder, would spend the rest of his life defending both his throne and his conscience against the consequences of the choices he had made in those crucial months of 1399 to 1400. As the winter of 1400 gave way to spring, Henry could reflect on the remarkable series of events that had brought him from exile to the throne in less than a year. Yet he could also sense that the very success of his rebellion had created new problems and enemies that would test his resolve and resourcefulness throughout the years to come. The man who had captured a king and secured a throne was about to discover that ruling England would prove far more difficult than conquering it. The summer of 1400 brought Henry IV his first major test as king, when a seemingly minor land dispute in Wales exploded into a full-scale rebellion that would plague his reign for over a decade. What began as a local quarrel between two Welsh landowners would ultimately develop into one of the most serious challenges to English rule in Wales since the conquest of Edward I, more than a century earlier. The rebellion's unlikely leader was Owain Glyndŵr, a Welsh nobleman who possessed an impressive pedigree tracing his ancestry back to the ancient princes of Wales. Glyndŵr was no wild mountain chieftain, but rather an educated gentleman who had studied law at the Inns of Court in London and had served as a squire in Richard II's household. His transformation from respectable English subject to Welsh national hero would prove to be one of the most remarkable personal odysseys of the medieval period. The immediate cause of Glyndŵr's rebellion was a property dispute with his English neighbour, Reginald Grey, Lord of Ruthin. Grey had seized portions of Glyndŵr's estate and had used his political connections to have his claim endorsed by English courts. When Glyndŵr appealed to Henry IV for justice, the new king sided with Grey, perhaps viewing support for an English lord as more politically valuable than justice for a Welsh complainant. This decision proved to be one of Henry's most costly mistakes, transforming a manageable legal dispute into a national uprising that would drain English resources and demonstrate the vulnerability of Henry's newly established authority. The king's failure to provide justice to a Welsh nobleman who had legitimate grievances created a powerful symbol of English oppression that Glyndŵr would use to rally support throughout Wales. Glyndŵr's declaration of independence came on September 16, 1400, when he was proclaimed Prince of Wales by a small group of supporters at his estate of Glyndŵrdwy. This bold assertion of Welsh sovereignty was unprecedented in its scope and ambition, challenging not merely English administrative control, but the entire basis of English dominion over Wales. The symbolic power of Glyndŵr's claim was enormous, invoking, as it did, the memory of the last independent Welsh princes who had been crushed by Edward I's conquest. For the first time in over a century, Wales had a native leader who claimed the ancient title of Prince of Wales and who promised to restore Welsh independence and dignity after generations of English rule. Henry's initial response to the Welsh rebellion was confident and conventional, reflecting his assumption that this was merely another local disturbance that could be quickly suppressed through the application of superior English military force. The king personally led an expedition into Wales in October 1400, expecting to capture or kill Glyndŵr and scatter his supporters before winter made campaigning impossible. Yet this first campaign revealed the fundamental challenges that would characterize the entire Welsh war. Glyndŵr refused to offer battle on English terms, instead employing guerrilla tactics that made it virtually impossible for conventional armies to bring him to decisive combat. The Welsh rebels struck at isolated outposts and supply trains, then melted away into the mountains and forests before English forces could respond effectively. The terrain of Wales itself proved to be Glyndŵr's greatest ally, offering countless hiding places and defensive positions that nullified the advantages normally enjoyed by English heavy cavalry and archers. The mountainous countryside that had challenged Roman legions and Norman knights proved equally difficult for Henry's forces, who found themselves constantly harassed by an enemy they could seldom see and never definitively defeat. Henry's October 1400 expedition penetrated deep into Welsh territory, but achieved little beyond burning a few rebel strongholds and demonstrating English frustration at their inability to come to grips with their elusive enemy. The king returned to England claiming victory, but Glyndŵr remained at large, and his rebellion continued to spread throughout Wales. The winter of 1400 to 1401 saw the Welsh rebellion gain momentum as Glyndŵr's successes attracted new supporters, and his cause began to take on the character of a genuine national movement. Welsh students left English universities to join the rebellion. Welsh clergy abandoned their parishes to support the cause, and Welsh soldiers deserted from English garrisons to fight for their native land. The spring of 1401 brought renewed English efforts to suppress the rebellion, but these campaigns suffered from the same fundamental problems that had plagued Henry's initial expedition. English forces could march through Wales with relative impunity, but they could not force Glyndŵr to fight a decisive battle, nor could they prevent his followers from regrouping and resuming their attacks once the English armies withdrew. The rebellion's character was fundamentally transformed in 1402, when Glyndŵr achieved his first major military victory at the Battle of Bryn Glas. An English force led by Edmund Mortimer, uncle of the young Earl of March, who had a rival claim to Henry's throne, was decisively defeated by Welsh forces employing tactics that combined traditional Welsh archery with innovative infantry formations. The capture of Edmund Mortimer was a political disaster for Henry that extended far beyond the immediate military consequences of the defeat. Mortimer was not only a prominent English nobleman, but also a member of the family that had the strongest hereditary claim to the English throne. His presence in Glyndŵr's camp as a prisoner, and eventually as an ally, gave the Welsh rebellion a legitimacy and political significance that it had previously lacked. Henry's refusal to ransom Mortimer proved to be another crucial mistake that drove the English nobleman into permanent alliance with the Welsh rebels. When Mortimer married Glyndŵr's daughter and publicly endorsed the Welsh cause, he provided the rebellion with an English figurehead who could attract support from English nobles who had their own grievances against Henry's rule. The year 1403 marked the high point of Glyndŵr's rebellion, as Welsh forces captured several major English strongholds and extended their control over most of central and northern Wales. The fall of Harlech Castle and Aberystwyth Castle gave the rebels secure bases from which to launch further operations and provided symbols of Welsh resurgence that inspired supporters throughout the Principality. Glyndŵr's success in establishing effective government in the territories under his control demonstrated that this was more than merely a military rebellion. The Welsh leader summoned parliaments, negotiated international treaties, and established administrative systems that functioned independently of English authority. These achievements proved that Wales was capable of self-government and gave substance to Glyndŵr's claims to legitimate sovereignty. The international dimension of the Welsh rebellion created additional problems for Henry, as Glyndŵr successfully negotiated alliances with France and Scotland that provided the rebels with military aid and diplomatic recognition. French expeditionary forces landed in Wales in 1405, while Scottish raiders increased their pressure on England's northern frontier in coordination with Welsh operations. The rebellion also took on a distinctly religious character, as Welsh clergy rallied to Glyndŵr's cause and sought to establish an independent Welsh church free from English ecclesiastical control. This spiritual dimension of the conflict gave the rebellion additional emotional power and helped to sustain Welsh resistance even during periods of military setback. Henry's response to the escalating Welsh crisis involved increasingly desperate measures that strained English resources and revealed the limitations of his military and financial capabilities. Repeated campaigns into Wales consumed enormous amounts of money and manpower, while achieving little beyond temporary tactical victories that had no lasting strategic impact. The drain imposed by the Welsh War on English finances was particularly severe for Henry, whose regime was already struggling with the fiscal challenges inherited from Richard II's mismanagement. Parliament proved reluctant to grant the taxes necessary to sustain prolonged military operations in Wales, forcing Henry to rely on expedients that weakened his long-term political position. The king's attempts to suppress the rebellion through increasingly harsh measures, including the imposition of discriminatory legislation against Welsh subjects, only served to broaden support for Glyndŵr's cause and confirm Welsh perceptions of English oppression. These policies ensured that the rebellion would continue to enjoy popular support, even when military circumstances favoured the English. By 1404, it was clear that Glyndŵr's rebellion had evolved from a local disturbance into a major threat to English authority that required a fundamental reassessment of Henry's approach to governing Wales. The Welsh had demonstrated their ability to sustain prolonged resistance against English rule and to attract international support for their cause of independence. The rebellion had also revealed serious weaknesses in Henry's position as king, showing that his authority was not yet firmly established and that determined opposition could achieve significant successes against his government. The man who had overthrown Richard II was discovering that ruling England and Wales required more than the military prowess and political cunning that had brought him to the throne. As the Welsh rebellion entered its 5th year, Henry faced the uncomfortable realization that Glyndŵr's movement represented more than just another medieval uprising that could be suppressed through conventional means. The Welsh had created something approaching a genuine national liberation movement that drew strength from cultural and religious sources that were largely immune to English military pressure. The Dragon of Wales had indeed awakened, and its fire would continue to burn throughout Henry's reign, consuming English resources and demonstrating the limits of royal authority when confronted with determined and skillfully led popular resistance. The king, who had thought to rule through strength and fear, was learning that some challenges could not be overcome through force alone. Of all the challenges that Henry IV faced during his turbulent reign, none was more shocking or dangerous than the rebellion of the Percy family, the very nobles who had been instrumental in bringing him to the throne just 4 years earlier. The transformation of his most trusted allies into his deadliest enemies would test Henry's resolve, military skill, and political acumen in ways that threatened not only his crown, but his very life. The Percy family represented the pinnacle of northern English nobility, with a power base that stretched across Northumberland and Cumberland and included some of the realm's most experienced military commanders. Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, was widely regarded as one of England's premier nobles, while his son, Sir Henry Percy, known throughout Europe as Hotspur, had earned a legendary reputation for martial prowess and military leadership. The alliance between Henry Bolingbroke and the Percys had been forged during the crucial days of July 1399, when Henry's small invasion force was desperately seeking support from English nobles. The Percys' decision to join Henry's cause had been pivotal in transforming a risky gamble into an unstoppable movement, providing both military strength and political legitimacy that ensured the success of Henry's bid for the throne. Yet the relationship between Henry and the Percys had always been complicated by competing ambitions and differing visions of how England should be governed. The Percys had supported Henry's usurpation partly out of genuine dissatisfaction with Richard II's misrule, but also because they expected their crucial assistance to be rewarded with increased influence and autonomy in northern England. The seeds of future conflict were planted during the initial negotiations that brought the Percys into Henry's camp. The family had extracted promises of territorial grants, financial rewards, and enhanced authority over the Scottish border regions in exchange for their support. These commitments were made during a period when Henry's position was precarious, and he was willing to promise almost anything to secure powerful allies. Once Henry was securely established on the throne, however, the political dynamics changed significantly. The new king found himself caught between the need to honor commitments made during his rise to power and the equally pressing need to maintain royal authority over potentially overmighty subjects. The Percys' expectations of reward and autonomy conflicted with Henry's determination to establish effective central control over his kingdom. The first serious strain in the relationship arose over the division of spoils from the Percys' military successes against the Scots. In 1402, Hotspur had won a spectacular victory at the Battle of Homildon Hill, capturing several Scottish nobles, including the Earl of Douglas. Under medieval custom, such prisoners belonged to their captors and could be ransomed for substantial sums that would enrich the victorious commanders. Henry's decision to claim the Scottish prisoners for the crown, rather than allowing the Percys to profit from their victory, was both legally defensible and politically disastrous. While kings had traditional rights to claim important prisoners taken in warfare, Henry's assertion of this prerogative sent a clear signal that he did not intend to allow the Percys the kind of independence they had enjoyed under previous monarchs. The Percys interpreted Henry's claim to their prisoners as a betrayal of the informal agreements that had brought them into his service. They had risked their lives and fortunes to defend England's northern frontier at their own expense, only to see the profits of their success seized by an ungrateful king. This grievance festered and grew as other disputes arose over payments for military service and compensation for expenses incurred in royal service. The situation was further complicated by the ongoing Welsh rebellion, which placed additional financial strains on the Percy family's resources. As commanders of the northern frontier, the Percys were expected to maintain substantial military forces to defend against Scottish raids, while also providing troops for service in Wales. These dual commitments stretched even their considerable resources to the breaking point. Henry's financial difficulties prevented him from providing adequate compensation for the military services he demanded from the Percys. The royal treasury was, chronically short of funds due to the costs of suppressing rebellions, maintaining the court, and managing the realm's various commitments. This meant that the Percys found themselves bearing the financial burden of defending the realm while receiving insufficient support from the crown. The breaking point came in 1403 when the Percys' resentment finally exploded into open rebellion. The immediate trigger was Henry's continued refusal to ransom Edmund Mortimer, who had been captured by Owain Glyndŵr and whose sister was married to Hotspur. The king's unwillingness to secure Mortimer's release was interpreted by the Percys as evidence of his callous disregard for the welfare of nobles who served his interests. The Percy rebellion was particularly dangerous because it combined legitimate grievances with a credible alternative to Henry's rule. The rebels allied themselves with Owain Glyndŵr and proclaimed their support for Edmund Mortimer's claim to the throne, arguing that the young Earl of March was the rightful King of England by virtue of his descent from Lionel of Antwerp, Edward III's second son. This alternative succession claim posed a fundamental challenge to Henry's legitimacy that went far beyond mere military opposition. The Percys were arguing that Henry's entire reign was illegitimate and that they were fighting to restore the rightful king to his throne. This provided their rebellion with a moral and legal justification that made it far more dangerous than a simple revolt by disgruntled nobles. The speed with which the Percy rebellion developed caught Henry completely off guard and revealed the fragility of his hold on power even after 4 years on the throne. Within weeks of declaring their opposition to the king, the Percys had assembled a formidable army that threatened to march on London and overthrow the Lancastrian regime entirely. Hotspur's military reputation proved to be a crucial asset in rallying support for the rebellion. His legendary prowess as a warrior and his success in previous campaigns against the Scots made him an attractive leader for nobles and soldiers who had grown dissatisfied with Henry's rule. The prospect of serving under such a celebrated commander drew recruits from throughout northern England and beyond. The rebels' strategy was bold and potentially decisive. They planned to march rapidly southward while Henry was occupied with Welsh affairs, seize control of the Midlands, and then advance on London before the king could organize effective resistance. If successful, this plan would have given them control of England's administrative and financial centres while isolating Henry's remaining supporters. Henry's response to the Percy rebellion demonstrated the military and political skills that had brought him to the throne 4 years earlier. Despite being caught off guard by the speed of the rebellion's development, he quickly assembled an army and moved to intercept the rebels before they could consolidate their position or link up with Welsh or Scottish allies. The race to reach Shrewsbury became the crucial factor in determining the rebellion's outcome. The town controlled the main route between Wales and the Midlands, making it the natural meeting point for rebel forces attempting to coordinate their operations. Whichever side reached Shrewsbury first would have a significant strategic advantage in the coming confrontation. Henry's forced march to Shrewsbury revealed his continued effectiveness as a military commander and his ability to inspire loyalty among his followers despite the challenges facing his reign. The royal army covered remarkable distances in difficult conditions, demonstrating the determination and discipline that would prove crucial in the coming battle. The Battle of Shrewsbury, fought on July 21st, 1403, was one of the bloodiest and most significant conflicts of Henry's reign. The engagement pitted the king against his former allies in a struggle that would determine not only the immediate fate of the rebellion, but also the long-term stability of the Lancastrian dynasty. The battle itself was characterized by the fierce determination shown by both sides and the devastating effectiveness of English archery when employed by opposing armies. The sight of Englishmen killing Englishmen with the longbows that had previously brought victory over foreign enemies was particularly shocking to contemporary observers and emphasized the tragic nature of this civil conflict. Hotspur's death during the battle marked the effective end of the Percy rebellion and demonstrated once again that individual leadership could be crucial in determining the outcome of medieval conflicts. The loss of their most celebrated commander demoralized the rebel forces and led to the rapid collapse of their resistance once the outcome of the battle became clear. The Battle of Shrewsbury also marked a coming of age for Henry's eldest son, the future Henry V, who was wounded in the face by an arrow but continued fighting and played a crucial role in securing the royal victory. This baptism of fire would prove formative in shaping the character of the man who would become one of England's greatest warrior kings. Henry's treatment of the captured rebels after the battle revealed both his capacity for mercy and his understanding of the need to make examples of those who challenged royal authority. While some rebels were pardoned, the Earl of Worcester was executed as a traitor, sending a clear message about the consequences of rebellion while also eliminating one of the rebellion's key leaders. The defeat of the Percy rebellion marked a crucial turning point in Henry's reign, demonstrating that his government could survive even the betrayal of its most important supporters. Yet the rebellion had also revealed the continued fragility of Henry's position and the ongoing challenges he faced in maintaining the loyalty of the English nobility. The transformation of the Percys from allies to enemies illustrated the complex dynamics of medieval politics, where personal relationships, financial interests, and competing visions of governance could quickly turn friends into foes. Henry's experience with the Percy rebellion would make him more cautious in trusting powerful subjects and more determined to maintain strict control over potential rivals. The legacy of the Percy rebellion would continue to influence English politics for decades to come, demonstrating both the possibility and the difficulty of challenging established royal authority through armed resistance. The rebellion's failure confirmed Henry's hold on the throne, but it also established precedents that would be remembered by future generations of nobles who found themselves in conflict with royal power. By 1405, 6 years into his troubled reign, Henry IV found himself trapped in a nightmare of his own making, struggling to maintain control over a kingdom that seemed to be tearing itself apart from within. The successful defense of his throne against the Percy rebellion had provided only temporary respite from the mounting challenges that threatened to overwhelm his government and destroy the dynasty he had fought so hard to establish. The physical and psychological toll of constant warfare and political crisis was becoming increasingly evident in Henry's appearance and behavior. The vibrant, confident nobleman who had seized the throne in 1399 was being transformed into a prematurely aged ruler whose health was beginning to fail under the relentless pressure of defending his crown against an endless succession of enemies and challenges. The most serious of these ongoing challenges remained the Welsh rebellion, led by Owain Glyndŵr, which continued to drain English resources and demonstrate the limits of royal authority in the face of determined popular resistance. Despite repeated campaigns and occasional tactical victories, Henry had been unable to capture or kill Glyndŵr, or to break the spirit of Welsh resistance that kept the rebellion alive year after year. The international dimension of the Welsh conflict added another layer of complexity to Henry's difficulties, as French and Scottish support for Glyndŵr transformed a domestic rebellion into an international coalition aimed at destabilizing English power. The landing of French troops in Wales during 1405 had demonstrated that Henry's enemies were prepared to exploit any opportunity to weaken his position and potentially overthrow his government entirely. The strain of fighting simultaneous wars on multiple fronts was pushing the English treasury toward bankruptcy and forcing Henry to make increasingly desperate appeals to Parliament for financial support. Each request for new taxes met with growing resistance from nobles and commons who questioned the effectiveness of royal policies and demanded greater accountability for how their money was being spent. The most shocking challenge to Henry's authority came in 1405 with the rebellion of Richard Scrope, Archbishop of York, who allied himself with the remaining Percy supporters in a desperate attempt to overthrow the Lancastrian regime. The involvement of such a high-ranking church official in armed rebellion against the crown represented an unprecedented crisis that struck at the very foundations of medieval political and religious authority. Archbishop Scrope's rebellion was particularly dangerous because it combined military opposition with religious sanction, providing Henry's enemies with a moral legitimacy that previous rebellions had lacked. The Archbishop's participation suggested that resistance to Henry's rule was not merely political, but divinely sanctioned, a claim that resonated powerfully with subjects who already harbored doubts about the legitimacy of a usurper king. The Archbishop's manifesto against Henry's government listed a comprehensive catalogue of grievances that reflected the accumulated frustrations of 6 years of troubled rule. The document accused the king of violating his coronation oath, oppressing the church, imposing excessive taxation, and governing through corrupt advisors who served their own interests rather than the common good of the realm. Henry's response to the Archbishop's rebellion revealed both his continued effectiveness as a military commander and his growing willingness to employ harsh measures against those who challenged his authority. The king moved quickly to suppress the uprising before it could gain momentum, demonstrating the same decisive leadership that had brought him to the throne 6 years earlier. The siege of the rebel stronghold at Shipton Moor lasted only a few days before the Archbishop's forces were overwhelmed by the superior numbers and organization of the royal army. The speed of Henry's victory prevented the rebellion from spreading to other parts of England and eliminated another serious threat to his government's stability. Yet the aftermath of the Archbishop's defeat created an even more serious crisis than the rebellion itself had posed. The question of what to do with a captured Archbishop who had committed treason against the crown had no clear precedent in English law or tradition. Church officials were normally exempt from secular justice, but Scrope's participation in armed rebellion clearly constituted treason under English law. Henry's decision to execute Archbishop Scrope was both legally defensible and politically catastrophic, creating a scandal that reverberated throughout Europe and branded the king as a murderer of holy men. The execution of an archbishop was virtually unprecedented in English history and was widely interpreted as evidence of Henry's desperation and disregard for traditional religious and legal protections. The immediate aftermath of Scrope's execution was marked by widespread shock and condemnation from church officials throughout Europe. The Pope considered excommunicating Henry for his sacrilegious act, while other monarchs questioned whether they could maintain diplomatic relations with a king who murdered archbishops. The political costs of the execution far outweighed any benefits it might have provided in deterring future rebellions. More ominously for Henry personally, the execution of Archbishop Scrope was followed within days by the onset of a mysterious and debilitating illness that would plague him for the rest of his life. On June 8, 1405, just days after Scrope's death, Henry awoke screaming about traitors and fire, his body covered with painful pustules that would never fully heal. The coincidence between the Archbishop's execution and the onset of Henry's illness was immediately interpreted by contemporary observers as divine punishment for the king's sacrilegious act. Popular belief held that God had struck down the murderer of his servant with a disease that would serve as a visible reminder of royal sin and divine displeasure. The nature of Henry's illness remained a mystery that baffled medieval physicians and continues to puzzle modern historians. The symptoms, including severe skin lesions, periodic fits, and progressive weakness, suggested various possible diagnoses ranging from leprosy to epilepsy, to some form of stress-related disorder exacerbated by the enormous pressures of defending his troubled reign. Whatever the medical explanation for Henry's condition, its political impact was immediate and devastating. The visible signs of the king's illness, particularly the disfiguring skin lesions that could not be hidden from public view, were interpreted by many as proof that his rule was cursed and that God had withdrawn his blessing from the Lancastrian dynasty. The king's declining health also had practical consequences for the governance of England, as Henry found himself increasingly unable to participate in the physical demands of medieval kingship. The long rides, public appearances, and military campaigns that were essential elements of royal authority became increasingly difficult for a man whose strength was steadily ebbing away. Henry's attempts to continue governing effectively despite his illness revealed both his determination to maintain royal authority and the growing limitations imposed by his physical condition. He delegated increasing responsibility to trusted advisors and family members, while struggling to maintain the appearance of effective leadership that was essential to medieval kingship. The psychological impact of his illness may have been even more severe than its physical effects, as Henry grappled with the possibility that his condition was indeed divine punishment for his usurpation of the throne and murder of Richard II. The man who had once been confident in the righteousness of his cause began to question whether his actions had been justified and whether his suffering was the price of his ambition. The king's illness also created new opportunities for his enemies, who interpreted his condition as evidence of divine displeasure and used it to rally opposition to his continued rule. Rumours spread throughout England and Europe that Henry was dying or already dead, encouraging potential rebels who hoped to profit from the perceived weakness of the Lancastrian regime. The summer of 1405 marked the lowest point of Henry's reign, as the combination of ongoing rebellions, international opposition, financial crisis, and royal illness created a perfect storm of challenges that threatened to overwhelm his government entirely. The king, who had seized power through bold action and military prowess, now found himself trapped in a defensive struggle for survival that offered little hope of decisive victory. Yet even as his health declined and his enemies pressed their attacks, Henry demonstrated the resilience and determination that had brought him to the throne 6 years earlier. Despite his physical limitations, he continued to direct military operations, manage parliamentary relations, and work to maintain the unity of his supporters against the forces that sought to destroy his dynasty. The king's response to the crisis of 1405 revealed both his understanding of the gravity of his situation and his refusal to surrender to the forces arrayed against him. He reorganized his government, replaced ineffective officials, and implemented new strategies for dealing with the multiple challenges facing his realm. Perhaps most importantly, Henry began to rely more heavily on his eldest son, the future Henry V, whose military talents and political acumen were becoming increasingly evident. The prince's successful leadership in Wales and his loyalty to his father provided Henry with both practical assistance and emotional support during the darkest period of his reign. The crisis of 1405 also forced Henry to confront the reality that his reign would never achieve the stability and success he had originally envisioned. The man who had overthrown Richard II in the hope of providing better government for England found himself trapped in a cycle of violence and resistance that seemed to offer no prospect of peaceful resolution. As autumn turned to winter in 1405, Henry faced the sobering realization that his greatest achievement might not be any positive accomplishment of his reign, but simply his success in surviving the consequences of his usurpation and passing his throne intact to his son. The dreams of glory and effective governance that had motivated his seizure of power had given way to a grim determination to endure whatever torments fate might inflict upon him. The transformation of Henry IV from confident usurper to tormented king was complete by the end of 1405. The man who had once believed he could reshape England according to his vision now understood that he would be fortunate simply to prevent his kingdom from disintegrating entirely. The crown he had seized through courage and ambition had become a burden that threatened to crush him beneath its weight. Yet for all his suffering and failures, Henry had also demonstrated a crucial truth about the nature of political power. That legitimate authority ultimately depends not on divine sanction or hereditary right, but on the ability to maintain effective control over the instruments of government and the loyalty of those who serve it. His tormented reign had established precedents that would influence English politics for centuries to come. Among the many challenges that plagued Henry IV's troubled reign, few were as complex and persistent as the religious dissent that had been growing throughout England since the late 14th century. The movement known as Lollardy, inspired by the teachings of the Oxford theologian John Wycliffe, represented a fundamental challenge to the established order of both church and state that Henry could neither ignore nor easily suppress. The Lollard movement had emerged during the reign of Richard II as a response to widespread corruption and worldliness within the Catholic Church. Wycliffe and his followers argued for a return to the simple Christianity of the New Testament, rejecting the elaborate hierarchy, vast wealth, and political involvement that characterized the medieval church. Their teachings struck a chord with many English men and women who were disturbed by the gap between Christian ideals and church practice. What made Lollardy particularly dangerous from Henry's perspective was its implicit challenge to the entire structure of medieval society. If church authority could be questioned and rejected, what prevented subjects from questioning and rejecting royal authority as well? The Lollard emphasis on individual conscience and direct relationship with God threatened to undermine the hierarchical principles that sustained both ecclesiastical and secular government. The political implications of Lollard theology became even more troubling when the movement began to attract support from members of the nobility and gentry who had their own reasons for questioning established authority. Some saw in Lollard teachings a justification for seizing church property, while others were attracted by the movement's egalitarian implications and its criticism of corrupt officials, both secular and religious. Henry's initial response to the Lollard challenge was cautious and measured, reflecting his understanding that religious persecution could easily backfire and create martyrs who would inspire further opposition to his government. The king was also aware that some of his own supporters had Lollard sympathies, making a harsh crackdown politically risky as well as morally questionable. However, the pressure for action against the Lollards intensified after Henry's coronation, as church officials demanded that the new king demonstrate his orthodoxy and commitment to defending the faith. Archbishop Thomas Arundel, who had been instrumental in Henry's rise to power, proved particularly insistent that the crown take vigorous action against heretical teachings that threatened both church and state. The challenge facing Henry was complicated by the fact that many Lollard beliefs were not clearly heretical according to church doctrine, but rather represented extreme interpretations of accepted Christian teachings. The movement's emphasis on poverty, simplicity, and scriptural authority echoed themes that were central to Orthodox Christianity, making it difficult to distinguish between acceptable Reform sentiment and dangerous heresy. The situation came to a head in 1401 when Parliament passed the statute De Heretico Comburendo on the burning of heretics, which provided legal authority for the execution of unrepentant heretics by burning. This law represented a significant escalation in the government's response to religious dissent and established procedures that would be used to persecute nonconformists for generations to come. The first victim of Henry's anti-heresy campaign was William Sawtry, a priest who had been twice convicted of preaching Lollard doctrines and who refused to recant his beliefs despite repeated warnings. Sawtry's execution by burning in March 1401 marked the first time an Englishman had been killed for heresy in his own country, establishing a precedent that would haunt Henry's reign and legacy. The burning of Sawtry sent shockwaves throughout England and Europe, demonstrating Henry's willingness to employ the most extreme measures against those who challenged religious orthodoxy. The spectacle of a priest being burned alive for his beliefs was particularly shocking to contemporary observers, many of whom questioned whether such extreme measures were justified by the threat posed by heretical teachings. Yet the execution also served Henry's political purposes by demonstrating his commitment to defending the established church and his willingness to use force against any group that challenged traditional authority. The message was clear: the king would not tolerate dissent, whether political or religious, and those who opposed established order would face the ultimate penalty. The anti-Lollard campaign that followed Sawtry's execution revealed both the extent of religious dissent in early 15th century England and the difficulty of suppressing ideas through force alone. Despite the threat of execution, Lollard teachings continued to spread among artisans, merchants, and even some members of the nobility, who found in them a justification for their own grievances against church and state. One of the most serious challenges to Henry's authority came in 1414, near the end of his reign, when Sir John Oldcastle, a nobleman with strong Lollard sympathies, attempted to organise a rebellion that combined religious and political opposition to the crown. Oldcastle's plot demonstrated the continuing vitality of Lollard sentiment and its potential to inspire armed resistance to royal authority. The Oldcastle rebellion was particularly dangerous because it threatened to unite religious dissidents with political opponents of Henry's government in a coalition that could potentially overthrow the Lancastrian dynasty. The plot called for the assassination of the king and his family during Twelfth Night celebrations, followed by the establishment of a new government based on Lollard principles. Henry's response to the Oldcastle plot was swift and ruthless, reflecting his understanding that any combination of religious and political opposition posed a mortal threat to his regime. The conspiracy was crushed before it could be implemented, and many of its participants were executed as both heretics and traitors. Yet the very existence of such a plot demonstrated the continuing appeal of Lollard teachings and the failure of persecution to eliminate religious dissent. Despite years of arrests, trials, and executions, the movement retained sufficient strength to inspire hopes of overthrowing the established order and creating a new society based on religious reformation. The Lollard challenge also complicated Henry's relationships with other European powers, many of whom viewed his persecution of religious dissidents with suspicion and concern. The spread of heretical ideas was a continental problem that required international cooperation, but Henry's methods were often seen as excessively harsh and counterproductive. The financial cost of suppressing religious dissent added another burden to Henry's already strained treasury. The investigation and trial of heretics required extensive administrative machinery, while the need to maintain surveillance over suspect populations diverted resources from other pressing needs, such as national defense and infrastructure maintenance. Perhaps most troubling for Henry personally was the way in which the Lollard challenge forced him to confront fundamental questions about the nature of his own authority and the basis of his claim to rule. If divine sanction was necessary for legitimate government, as church teachings maintained, then his usurpation of Richard II's throne raised serious questions about whether his own rule was blessed by God. The irony of Henry's position was that he found himself defending an established church whose teachings implicitly condemned his own seizure of power, while persecuting dissidents whose criticism of corrupt authority might logically be extended to his own questionable claim to the throne. This contradiction created a psychological burden that may have contributed to his declining health and increasing religious anxiety. The king's personal piety, which had been evident throughout his life, became increasingly intense as his reign progressed and his health declined. Henry's growing preoccupation with religious observance and his generous donations to churches and monasteries suggested a man who was deeply concerned about the state of his soul and his prospects for salvation. The relationship between Henry's illness and his religious anxiety was noted by contemporary observers, many of whom interpreted his physical suffering as divine punishment for his usurpation and his persecution of religious dissidents. Whether or not such interpretations were accurate, they clearly influenced the king's own understanding of his condition and his desperate search for spiritual healing. The Lollard movement's emphasis on direct access to scripture in the vernacular language posed another challenge to Henry's government, as the circulation of English translations of the Bible facilitated the spread of heretical ideas and made it more difficult for church authorities to control religious teaching. The king's support for legislation restricting unauthorized Bible translation reflected his understanding of the political implications of religious literacy. The legacy of Henry's anti-heresy campaign would extend far beyond his own reign, establishing precedents and procedures that would be used by later monarchs to persecute religious minorities. The machinery of persecution created during his reign would later be turned against Catholics under Protestant rulers and against Protestants under Catholic ones, demonstrating the enduring danger of using state power to enforce religious conformity. The irony of Henry's situation was that his harsh persecution of Lollards may have actually strengthened the movement by creating martyrs whose sufferings inspired further opposition to established authority. The spectacle of ordinary English men and women dying for their beliefs provided powerful testimony to the sincerity of their convictions and the corruption of their persecutors. As Henry's reign drew to a close, the Lollard challenge remained unresolved, testament to the difficulty of suppressing ideas through force alone. The movement would continue to influence English religious and political thought for generations to come, eventually contributing to the Protestant Reformation that would transform England in the 16th century. The king, who had sought to defend religious orthodoxy through persecution, had discovered that ideas were more difficult to kill than men, and that the attempt to enforce conformity through violence often produced the very opposition it was intended to prevent. This lesson, learned at such great cost during Henry's troubled reign, would echo through English history for centuries to come. The reign of Henry IV witnessed a fundamental transformation in the relationship between the English monarchy and Parliament, as the financial and political crises that plagued his rule forced the king to grant unprecedented concessions to the legislative body that would permanently alter the balance of power in English government. What began as temporary expedients to address immediate problems evolved into constitutional principles that would shape English politics for centuries to come. Henry's dependence on Parliament was rooted in the financial difficulties that dominated his entire reign. Unlike previous monarchs who could rely primarily on revenue from royal estates and traditional feudal obligations, Henry found himself constantly in need of extraordinary taxation to fund his military campaigns against Welsh rebels, Scottish raiders, and domestic insurgents. This financial weakness gave Parliament leverage over royal policy that it had never previously possessed. The transformation began almost immediately after Henry's coronation, when the new king discovered that the royal treasury was virtually empty and that he would need parliamentary grants to meet even the basic expenses of government. The cost of suppressing Richard II's supporters, maintaining the royal household, and defending the realm's borders quickly exhausted the resources Henry had brought with him from his Lancastrian inheritance. Parliament's initial response to Henry's financial needs was generally supportive, reflecting the body's satisfaction with the change in royal leadership and its hope that the new king would prove more responsive to their concerns than Richard II had been. The grants of taxation approved during Henry's early years were substantial and provided the resources necessary to establish his government and begin addressing the various challenges facing the realm. However, Parliament's willingness to support the king financially came with increasingly explicit conditions about how the money should be spent and how royal policy should be conducted. The legislators demanded detailed accounting of royal expenditures, insisted on approving major government appointments, and required the king to address their grievances before they would consider new requests for taxation. The most significant constitutional development came during the Parliament of 1404, when the House of Commons presented Henry with a comprehensive list of conditions that would need to be met before they would approve new taxes. These demands included requirements that the king reduce household expenses, dismiss unpopular advisors, and submit major policy decisions to parliamentary review. Henry's acceptance of these conditions marked a crucial turning point in English constitutional history, establishing the principle that Parliament had the right to impose restrictions on royal authority in exchange for financial support. The precedent of conditional taxation would prove impossible to reverse, as future monarchs would find themselves subject to similar constraints whenever they needed legislative approval for extraordinary revenue. The Parliament of 1406, which became known as the Long Parliament due to its extended session, pushed the boundaries of legislative authority even further. Meeting from March to December, this assembly subjected Henry's government to unprecedented scrutiny and imposed detailed restrictions on royal prerogative that would have been unthinkable under previous monarchs. The Long Parliament's most radical innovation was the 31 Articles, a comprehensive list of restrictions on royal authority that covered everything from household management to foreign policy. These articles required the king to seek parliamentary approval for major expenditures, prohibited him from making important appointments without legislative consent, and established regular oversight of royal administration. Henry's acceptance of the 31 Articles represented the lowest point of royal authority during his reign, as the king found himself reduced almost to the status of a chief executive whose major decisions required legislative approval. The humiliation was particularly acute for a monarch who had seized power through bold action and military prowess, only to find himself constrained by the very institution he had hoped to manage and control. The constitutional implications of Parliament's growing power extended far beyond the immediate question of royal finance. By by establishing their right to impose conditions on the king in exchange for taxation. The legislators had fundamentally altered the relationship between crown and nation, creating a system of shared sovereignty that would eventually evolve into constitutional monarchy. The practical effects of parliamentary oversight were felt throughout Henry's government, as royal officials found themselves subject to legislative investigation and criticism in ways that had never occurred under previous monarchs. The king's councillors and administrators were required to justify their actions to Parliament and could be dismissed if they failed to maintain legislative confidence. The growing assertiveness of Parliament also reflected broader changes in English society, as the economic disruption caused by plague, war, and social upheaval had created new political consciousness among the merchant and gentry classes who dominated the House of Commons. These men were no longer content to serve merely as sources of taxation, but demanded a voice in determining how their money would be spent and what policies their government would pursue. Henry's personal response to Parliament's growing power revealed both his frustration with the constraints on his authority and his pragmatic understanding that cooperation with the legislature was essential for the survival of his regime. The king, who had once commanded armies and overthrown monarchs, found himself engaged in delicate negotiations over household budgets and administrative procedures. The irony of Henry's constitutional position was not lost on contemporary observers, who noted that the man who had violated all precedent by deposing an anointed king now found himself bound by precedents that severely limited his own freedom of action. The revolutionary who had broken the most fundamental law of medieval monarchy was now subject to new laws created by the very institution he had used to legitimize his usurpation. The development of parliamentary power during Henry's reign also had important implications for the relationship between England and other European monarchies. Foreign observers noted with interest and sometimes alarm the extent to which the English king was constrained by his subjects, leading to questions about whether such a system could provide the strong leadership necessary for effective governance. The financial basis of Parliament's power meant that legislative influence tended to increase during times of crisis, when the king's need for extraordinary taxation was greatest. This created a perverse incentive structure in which parliamentary power grew stronger, precisely when royal authority was most needed to address national emergencies. Henry's military campaigns provided numerous examples of this dynamic, as Parliament's reluctance to grant adequate funding often hampered the king's ability to respond effectively to rebellions and foreign threats. The legislators' detailed oversight of military expenditures sometimes prevented the rapid deployment of forces that military necessity required. The development of parliamentary control over royal appointments had particularly significant consequences for the effectiveness of Henry's government. The king found himself unable to dismiss incompetent officials or reward loyal supporters without first obtaining legislative approval, a requirement that often led to delays and compromises that weakened administrative efficiency. Yet Parliament's growing power also had positive effects on English governance, as legislative oversight helped to reduce corruption and ensure that royal resources were used for legitimate public purposes rather than personal enrichment. The transparency imposed by parliamentary scrutiny made it more difficult for royal officials to abuse their positions for private gain. The constitutional precedents established during Henry's reign would prove remarkably durable, surviving changes of dynasty and continuing to influence English government long after the immediate circumstances that created them had passed. The principle that extraordinary taxation required parliamentary consent became so firmly established that later monarchs would find it impossible to challenge without provoking constitutional crisis. The transformation of Parliament from a consultative body to an active partner in government represented one of the most significant constitutional developments in English history. The financial pressures that forced Henry to accept legislative constraints created a system of shared authority that would eventually evolve into the parliamentary democracy that characterizes modern Britain. The irony of Henry's legacy was that the usurper king who had violated constitutional tradition in seizing the throne inadvertently created new constitutional traditions that proved far more durable than the precedents he had broken. His financial weakness forced him to accept restrictions on royal power that would permanently alter the nature of English monarchy. As Henry's reign drew to a close, the transformation of English government was essentially complete. The absolute monarchy that Richard II had tried to establish had been replaced by a system of limited royal authority that would survive changes of dynasty and continue to evolve toward ever greater parliamentary control. The king, who had seized power through force, had been compelled to share it through necessity, creating a constitutional legacy that would outlast his troubled dynasty. As Henry IV entered the final phase of his troubled reign, the mysterious illness that had first struck him in 1405 began to take an increasingly severe toll on both his physical capabilities and his ability to govern effectively. What had initially appeared to be a temporary affliction gradually revealed itself as a progressive condition that would torment the king for the remaining 8 years of his life and fundamentally alter the nature of his rule. The disease that plagued Henry manifested itself in multiple disturbing symptoms that medieval physicians were powerless to understand or treat effectively. The most visible and distressing aspect of his condition was a severe skin affliction that covered much of his body with painful, disfiguring lesions that refused to heal despite all attempts at treatment. These visible signs of illness could not be hidden from public view and inevitably led to speculation about divine punishment and royal fitness to rule. Contemporary accounts describe the king's skin condition in terms that suggest either severe eczema or possibly leprosy, though modern medical historians have proposed various alternative diagnoses ranging from psoriasis to syphilis to stress-related autoimmune disorders. Whatever the precise nature of the disease, its effects were both physically debilitating and psychologically devastating for a monarch whose authority depended partly on maintaining an appearance of strength and divine favor. In addition to the skin lesions, Henry suffered from periodic episodes that contemporary observers described as fits or seizures, during which he would lose consciousness and sometimes fall to the ground in apparent convulsions. These attacks became more frequent and severe as his reign progressed, creating practical difficulties in conducting royal business and raising questions about the king's mental stability and capacity for decision-making. The progressive nature of Henry's illness meant that his periods of apparent recovery were followed by relapses that were often worse than previous episodes. This pattern of improvement and deterioration created uncertainty throughout his government, as officials never knew when the king might be incapacitated and unable to fulfill his royal duties. The unpredictability of his condition made long-term planning extremely difficult and contributed to the general atmosphere of instability that characterized his later reign. Henry's physicians employed every treatment known to medieval medicine in their attempts to cure or alleviate his condition, but their efforts proved largely futile against a disease they could neither understand nor effectively combat. The king submitted to bloodletting, herbal remedies, dietary restrictions, and religious rituals, all without achieving any lasting improvement in his health. The failure of conventional treatments only reinforced the widespread belief that his illness was supernatural in origin and could not be cured through earthly means. The psychological impact of his illness may have been even more severe than its physical effects, as Henry struggled to understand why he was being afflicted with such suffering, and whether his condition was indeed divine punishment for his usurpation of the throne. The king's growing preoccupation with religious matters and his increasing generosity to churches and monasteries suggested a man desperately seeking spiritual healing for ailments that medicine could not address. The practical consequences of Henry's declining health extended throughout his government, as the king found himself increasingly unable to participate in the physical demands of medieval monarchy. The long rides required for royal progresses became impossible. Public appearances had to be carefully managed to hide the worst effects of his condition, and military campaigns had to be delegated to subordinates rather than led personally by the king. Perhaps most significantly, Henry's illness forced him to begin sharing power with his eldest son, the future Henry V, whose competence and ambition made him a natural choice to assume increasing responsibility for royal duties. This gradual transfer of authority created tensions within the royal family and the broader government, as different factions began to position themselves for the eventual succession while Henry still lived. The prince's growing influence in government was both necessary and problematic, as his more aggressive approach to military and foreign policy often conflicted with his father's more cautious strategies. The younger Henry's impatience with parliamentary restrictions and his desire for military glory in France created friction with a king who had learned through bitter experience the dangers of overextending royal authority and resources. The most serious crisis in the relationship between father and son came in 1410 to 1411, when Prince Henry and his supporters essentially seized control of the government while the king lay seriously ill. This period of princely rule demonstrated the future Henry V's capabilities, but also created fears that he might attempt to force his father's abdication and claim the throne before Henry IV's natural death. The confrontation between the two Henrys reached its climax in 1411, when the prince, responding to rumors that he was planning to depose his father, dramatically presented himself before the king and offered to surrender his life if he had given any cause for suspicion. This emotional scene, in which the prince knelt before his father with a dagger and begged forgiveness for any perceived disloyalty, temporarily resolved their conflict, but also highlighted the fundamental tensions created by the king's declining capacity to rule. Henry's response to his son's dramatic gesture revealed both his continued love for the prince and his desperate desire to maintain his authority despite his physical limitations. The king's tears and embrace demonstrated that familial bonds remained strong despite political pressures, but his subsequent reassertion of control over government policy showed that he was not yet ready to surrender the crown he had fought so hard to win and defend. The king's determination to continue ruling despite his illness reflected both his sense of duty to the realm and his understanding that premature abdication might destabilize the succession and create opportunities for his enemies to challenge Lancastrian authority. Henry had witnessed firsthand how quickly political situations could change and how vulnerable monarchs became once they lost their grip on power. The practical management of Henry's illness required careful coordination between royal physicians, trusted advisors, and family members who worked together to maintain the fiction of effective royal leadership, while actually conducting much of the government's business through delegation and collective decision-making. This informal system of shared authority represented a significant departure from traditional patterns of medieval monarchy. The king's religious advisors played an increasingly important role in his later years, providing spiritual comfort and guidance to a monarch who was clearly struggling with questions about divine judgment and the state of his soul. Henry's growing devotion to religious observance and his generous donations to religious institutions reflected his desperate hope for divine mercy and healing. The financial cost of treating Henry's illness added another burden to the royal treasury, as the king's physicians and the various treatments they prescribed required substantial expenditures. The irony was that a monarch who was constantly short of funds felt compelled to spend significant sums in pursuit of cures that invariably proved ineffective. The impact of Henry's illness on English foreign policy was particularly significant, as the king's inability to lead military campaigns personally limited England's options in dealing with ongoing conflicts in Wales, Scotland, and France. The delegation of military command to subordinates often led to less aggressive and less effective prosecution of royal policies, contributing to the perception that English power was declining under Lancastrian rule. The international implications of Henry's condition were also important, as foreign rulers and diplomats had to adjust their strategies to account for the English king's limited capacity for direct involvement in negotiations and decision-making. The uncertainty about Henry's health and the growing influence of Prince Henry created complications in diplomatic relationships that sometimes worked to England's disadvantage. As Henry's reign entered its final years, his illness had become one of the defining characteristics of his rule, affecting everything from domestic policy to international relations. The king, who had once been renowned for his physical prowess and military leadership, was now known primarily for his mysterious affliction and the questions it raised about divine favor and royal legitimacy. The transformation of Henry from vigorous usurper to invalid monarch provided a stark reminder of the fragility of human power and the ultimately temporary nature of all earthly authority. The man who had seized a throne through force and cunning was being slowly destroyed by forces beyond his control, creating a tragic arc that would influence how his reign was remembered by future generations. Yet despite his suffering and limitations, Henry continued to demonstrate the resilience and determination that had brought him to the throne 14 years earlier. His refusal to surrender to his illness or abdicate his responsibilities showed that the essential character that had enabled his remarkable rise to power remained intact, even as his body failed and his time grew short. The final months of Henry IV's life unfolded against a backdrop of political uncertainty and personal suffering that reflected the troubled nature of his entire reign. As winter gave way to spring in 1413, it became increasingly clear to those around the king that his long battle against illness was approaching its end, and that England would soon face another transition of power, with all the potential complications such changes invariably brought. Henry's declining condition had reached a point where even the most optimistic observers could no longer maintain hopes for his recovery. The mysterious illness that had tormented him for 8 years had progressively weakened his body and spirit, leaving him a shadow of the vigorous nobleman who had once overthrown a king and established a new dynasty through force of arms and strength of will. The king's final illness began in earnest during the harsh winter of 1412 to 1413, when repeated attacks of his condition left him bedridden for weeks at a time and unable to participate in even the most basic functions of royal government. The pretense that Henry was actively ruling England had become increasingly difficult to maintain, as his periods of lucidity grew shorter and his physical strength continued to ebb away. Prince Henry, who had been gradually assuming greater responsibility for governance throughout his father's illness, found himself in the delicate position of preparing for succession, while avoiding any appearance of unseemly eagerness to claim the throne. The prince's supporters worked quietly to ensure a smooth transition of power, but they had to balance their preparations against the possibility that the king might recover sufficiently to reassert his authority one final time. The relationship between father and son during these final months was characterized by a complex mixture of affection, political necessity, and unresolved tensions about the future direction of English policy. Prince Henry's more aggressive approach to foreign affairs, particularly his desire to renew major military campaigns in France, conflicted with his father's hard-won understanding of the limitations imposed by England's financial and political circumstances. Henry's physical condition deteriorated markedly during the early months of 1413, as the skin lesions that had disfigured him for years became more painful, and the seizures that periodically incapacitated him increased in frequency and severity. The king's physicians, who had exhausted their arsenal of medieval treatments over the course of 8 years, could offer little beyond palliative care and spiritual comfort. The psychological burden of his illness had become as crushing as its physical effects, as Henry struggled with questions about divine judgment, royal legitimacy, and the ultimate meaning of his troubled reign. The king, who had once been supremely confident in his ability to shape events through force of will, now found himself helpless against an enemy he could neither understand nor defeat. Religious considerations played an increasingly important role in Henry's final months, as the king sought to prepare his soul for whatever judgment awaited him beyond death. His confessors worked to provide spiritual comfort and assurance of divine mercy, but they could not entirely alleviate his anxiety about the eternal consequences of his usurpation and the violence that had marked his rise to power. The prophecy that had haunted Henry throughout his reign now took on new significance as his death approached. Years earlier, it had been foretold that he would die in Jerusalem, a prediction that Henry had interpreted as meaning he would perish during a crusade to the Holy Land. This prophecy had influenced many of his later decisions and had contributed to his sense that his ultimate destiny lay beyond England's shores. As February turned to March in 1413, Henry's condition worsened dramatically, and his physicians advised that he should be moved to Westminster Abbey to receive the spiritual care that his earthly medicine could no longer provide. The decision to transfer the dying king to the ancient monastery reflected both the gravity of his condition and the hope that proximity to sacred relics and holy ground might provide comfort in his final hours. The journey to Westminster Abbey was accomplished with great difficulty, as Henry's weakened state made travel extremely painful and dangerous. Yet the king was determined to spend his final days in the spiritual atmosphere of the great monastery, surrounded by the tombs of his predecessors and the symbols of royal authority that had defined his turbulent reign. Henry's arrival at Westminster Abbey on February 21st, 1413, marked the beginning of his final vigil as King of England. The monks of the abbey provided constant care and prayer for their royal guest, while members of his family and closest advisors maintained their own watch over the man whose decisions had shaped their lives and the destiny of the realm for 14 years. The king's final weeks were marked by periods of consciousness, alternating with episodes of delirium and unconsciousness that gradually became more frequent and prolonged. During his lucid moments, Henry attempted to settle outstanding business and provide guidance for his son's coming reign, but his advice was often fragmented and difficult to follow due to his weakening condition. Prince Henry spent much of this time at his father's bedside, receiving what would prove to be his final instructions and absorbing the lessons that a dying king wished to pass on to his successor. These conversations, conducted in whispers in the shadowy chambers of the abbey, would influence the prince's approach to kingship and help shape the policies of his own remarkable reign. The most poignant aspect of Henry's final illness was his growing obsession with the question of divine forgiveness and the possibility of redemption for the sins of his past. The king, who had seized power through violence and maintained it through fear, now faced the ultimate judgment that no earthly authority could influence or control. On March 20th, 1413, Henry made what he knew would be his final attempt to participate in the religious life of the abbey, struggling from his bed to make an offering at the shrine of St. Edward the Confessor. This gesture represented both his devotion to the saint, who had been patron of English kings, and his desperate hope for intercession in the divine court, where his case would soon be judged. The effort proved too much for Henry's failing strength, and he collapsed unconscious before the shrine of the royal saint. Those who witnessed this scene later recalled it as symbolic of a king who had spent his entire reign struggling against forces beyond his control, and who finally succumbed to exhaustion in the shadow of legitimate royal authority. When Henry regained consciousness, he found himself in a chamber adjacent to the shrine, confused and disoriented by his collapse. Upon asking where he was told by his attendants that he lay in the Jerusalem chamber, the abbot's private quarters that took their name from the tapestries depicting scenes from the Holy Land that decorated their walls. The revelation that he was in the Jerusalem chamber struck Henry with the force of divine revelation, as he suddenly understood that the prophecy about his death in Jerusalem was being fulfilled in a manner he had never anticipated. The king, who had expected to die as a crusader in the actual city of Jerusalem, would instead meet his end in a room that bore the holy city's name. This unexpected fulfillment of the prophecy seemed to provide Henry with a sense of completion and acceptance that had eluded him throughout his illness. The realization that his fate was being accomplished according to divine plan, even if not in the manner he had expected, appeared to bring him a measure of peace that had been absent during his years of suffering and doubt. Henry's final hours were spent in prayer and meditation, as he sought to make his peace with God and prepare his soul for the journey that awaited beyond death. His family and closest advisors maintained their vigil, offering what comfort they could, while also preparing for the governmental transition that would follow his passing. The king's last words, according to those who were present, included expressions of remorse for the violence that had marked his reign and hopes that his son would prove a more successful and legitimate ruler than he himself had been. These final statements reflected Henry's understanding that his legacy would be forever complicated by the irregular circumstances of his rise to power. As the evening of March 20th, 1413, deepened into night, Henry IV's breathing became increasingly laboured, and his periods of consciousness grew ever shorter. The man who had once commanded armies and overthrown kings now lay helpless in a monastery chamber, dependent on the prayers and care of others as he approached the final moment of his earthly existence. Death came quietly to Henry IV in the early hours of March 21st, 1413, as he lay surrounded by his family and spiritual advisors in the Jerusalem chamber of Westminster Abbey. The end, when it finally arrived, was peaceful rather than dramatic, more like the passing of an exhausted traveller than the death of a king who had shaken the foundations of English monarchy. The immediate aftermath of Henry's death was marked by careful orchestration, designed to ensure a smooth transition of power to Prince Henry, who was proclaimed Henry V within hours of his father's passing. The speed and efficiency of this transition reflected the careful planning that had preceded the king's death and the determination of Lancastrian supporters to prevent any challenge to the succession. Henry IV's body lay in state at Westminster Abbey for several days, allowing his subjects to pay their final respects to the king, who had ruled them for 14 turbulent years. The crowds that came to view his remains included both supporters who mourned his passing and critics who came to confirm that the controversial monarch was indeed dead. The funeral arrangements reflected both the dignity due to a crowned king and the complicated nature of Henry's legacy. While the ceremony included all the traditional elements of royal burial, there was also an underlying sense that England was closing a difficult chapter in its history and looking forward to a new beginning under different leadership. Henry's burial took place on April 7, 1413, at Canterbury Cathedral, the resting place he had chosen for himself, rather than the traditional royal necropolis at Westminster Abbey. This decision reflected his desire to be interred near the shrine of St. Thomas Becket, the martyred archbishop, whose intercession Henry hoped might aid his soul in the afterlife. The choice of Canterbury as his final resting place was also symbolic of Henry's complicated relationship with church authority throughout his reign. The king, who had executed an archbishop and persecuted religious dissidents, sought in death to associate himself with England's most famous religious martyr, perhaps hoping that proximity to sanctity might compensate for the violence of his earthly life. The tomb that was eventually constructed for Henry at Canterbury was magnificent in its craftsmanship, but modest in its scale, reflecting both the dignity of kingship and the controversies that had marked his reign. The effigy showed Henry as he had wished to be remembered, as a crowned king, rather than as the usurper and invalid he had become. The death of Henry IV marked the end of one of the most tumultuous reigns in English history. 14 years that had witnessed rebellions, invasions, religious persecution, and constitutional transformation. The man who had seized power through bold action had discovered that ruling was far more difficult than conquering, and that the crown, won through violence, carried burdens that could never be fully discharged. Yet Henry's death also marked the beginning of a new phase in English royal history, as his son, Henry V, would prove to be one of the most successful and celebrated monarchs in the nation's annals. The troubled foundation that Henry IV had laid through his usurpation would support a dynasty that would achieve glory on the battlefields of France and leave an indelible mark on English national identity. The prophecy that had haunted Henry throughout his reign had indeed been fulfilled, but not in the manner anyone had anticipated. The king, who had expected to die as a crusader in the Holy Land, had instead passed away in a chamber named for Jerusalem, surrounded by the trappings of the church, whose authority he had both defended and violated throughout his controversial career. As news of Henry's death spread throughout England and Europe, reactions varied from genuine mourning to barely concealed relief that a troubled reign had finally ended. The man who had broken the sacred traditions of English monarchy through his usurpation had also established new precedents that would influence royal government for generations to come. The legacy of Henry IV would prove as complex and contradictory as the man himself. A usurper who had strengthened parliamentary power, a warrior who had died of illness, a sinner who had died in a place named for the Holy City. His reign had demonstrated both the possibilities and the dangers of challenging established authority, lessons that would resonate throughout English history long after his troubled dynasty had passed into memory. The death of Henry IV marked not just the end of a troubled reign, but the beginning of a historical reckoning with the consequences of his unprecedented seizure of the English throne. The constitutional, political, and moral precedents established by his usurpation would echo through English history for centuries, fundamentally altering the relationship between monarchy and nobility, while raising questions about the nature of legitimate authority that future generations would struggle to answer. Henry's most immediate legacy was the dangerous precedent he had established that anointed kings could be deposed by determined opposition, armed with sufficient military force and political justification. For over 3 centuries, English monarchs had ruled secure in the belief that divine sanction protected them from earthly challenges to their authority. Henry's successful overthrow of Richard II shattered this assumption forever, demonstrating that even sacred kingship was vulnerable to well-organized rebellion. The implications of this precedent became apparent almost immediately, as Henry spent his entire reign defending his throne against enemies who employed the same arguments and methods he had used against Richard II. The Percy rebellion, the Welsh uprising, and various other challenges to his authority all drew inspiration from Henry's own example, showing that successful usurpation inevitably bred imitation and further instability. The constitutional transformation brought about by Henry's weak financial position proved even more significant in the long term than the immediate political consequences of his usurpation. His constant need for parliamentary taxation forced him to accept restrictions on royal prerogative that permanently altered the balance of power between crown and legislature. Future monarchs would find it impossible to reverse these concessions without provoking constitutional crises that threatened their own survival. The principle of conditional taxation established during Henry's reign became one of the fundamental building blocks of constitutional monarchy, ensuring that English kings could never again rule without regard for the wishes of their subjects as expressed through Parliament. This development represented a revolutionary change in the nature of English government, though one that occurred gradually through practical necessity rather than theoretical design. Henry's reign also demonstrated the crucial importance of legitimacy in maintaining stable government, as his questionable claim to the throne created ongoing vulnerabilities that his enemies could exploit throughout his rule. The contrast between his own troubled 14 years and the glorious reign of his son Henry V illustrated how much difference perceived legitimacy could make in determining a monarch's effectiveness and historical reputation. The religious complications of Henry's usurpation created another set of precedents that would influence English church-state relations for generations. His persecution of Lollard heretics established machinery for religious oppression that later monarchs would use against various forms of dissent, while his execution of Archbishop Scrope set a dangerous precedent for royal interference in church affairs that violated traditional ecclesiastical immunities. The international implications of Henry's usurpation were equally significant, as his example inspired noble rebellions throughout Europe and contributed to a general destabilization of medieval monarchy. Foreign rulers who had once felt secure in their divine right to rule now had to contend with the knowledge that even anointed kings could be successfully overthrown by sufficiently determined opposition. The military innovations that Henry employed in defending his throne also had lasting consequences for English warfare and society. His reliance on professional soldiers rather than feudal levies, his use of artillery in siege warfare, and his development of new tactical formations all contributed to the military revolution that was transforming European warfare during the early 15th century. Perhaps most significantly, Henry's reign marked the beginning of the end of the medieval world order that had dominated Europe for centuries. The successful challenge to divine right monarchy that his usurpation represented was part of a broader transformation of European society that would eventually lead to the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the development of modern concepts of popular sovereignty and constitutional government. The psychological impact of Henry's reign on English political culture was profound, as his example demonstrated that political authority ultimately depended on the consent of the governed rather than on abstract claims to divine sanction. This lesson would be remembered by future generations of English nobles and commoners who found themselves in conflict with royal authority. The economic consequences of Henry's troubled reign were also significant, as the constant warfare and political instability of his rule disrupted trade, depleted the royal treasury, and forced the development of new systems of taxation that gave Parliament unprecedented control over royal finances. These changes laid the foundation for England's eventual emergence as a major commercial and maritime power. The legal precedents established during Henry's reign proved particularly durable, as the procedures developed for deposing Richard II, managing the transition of power, and dealing with political opposition became part of English constitutional law. The concept that kings could be held accountable for their actions and removed from office if they violated their obligations to their subjects would eventually contribute to the English Civil War and the development of constitutional monarchy. The cultural impact of Henry's reign was equally important, as the drama and controversy of his usurpation provided material for generations of writers, poets, and chroniclers who sought to understand the moral and political implications of his actions. The historical memory of Henry IV became inextricably linked with questions about the nature of legitimate authority and the circumstances under which rebellion against established government might be justified. The foreign policy consequences of Henry's usurpation continued to influence English international relations long after his death, as his son Henry V's aggressive campaigns in France were partly motivated by a desire to prove the legitimacy of the Lancastrian dynasty through military success. The 100 Years' War took on new dimensions during the 15th century, as successive English kings sought to validate their questionable domestic authority through foreign conquest. The social changes accelerated by Henry's reign also had lasting effects on English society, as the breakdown of traditional authority structures encouraged new forms of political organization and social mobility. The merchant and gentry classes that dominated Parliament during his reign would continue to grow in power and influence throughout the later medieval period. The technological innovations promoted by the military needs of Henry's reign contributed to broader changes in European warfare and society. The development of gunpowder weapons, improved siege techniques, and new forms of military organization during his rule helped to accelerate the transformation from medieval to early modern warfare. The administrative reforms necessitated by Henry's political and financial difficulties also had significant long-term consequences, as his government developed more efficient systems of taxation, record-keeping, and bureaucratic control that would serve as models for later monarchs. The institutional innovations of his reign contributed to the development of the modern English state. The intellectual impact of Henry's reign was equally significant, as the constitutional and political questions raised by his usurpation stimulated new thinking about the nature of political authority, the rights of subjects, and the proper relationship between ruler and ruled. These intellectual developments would eventually contribute to the political philosophy of the early modern period. The religious consequences of Henry's reign extended far beyond his immediate persecution of Lollard heretics, as the questions he raised about the relationship between secular and ecclesiastical authority would continue to influence English church-state relations throughout the medieval and early modern periods. His reign marked an important step in the long process that would eventually lead to the English Reformation. The legacy of Henry IV thus encompassed far more than the immediate consequences of his troubled 14-year reign. His usurpation of the English throne had unleashed forces of change that would transform not only England, but all of medieval Europe, contributing to the development of constitutional government, the decline of feudalism, and the emergence of the modern world. The price of his usurpation was paid not only by Henry himself, but by generations of his successors, who inherited both the benefits and the burdens of the precedents he had established. And so ends our gentle journey through the remarkable and tormented reign of Henry IV, a king whose story encapsulates one of history's most fundamental truths: that power seized through force must forever be defended through fear, and that the crown gained through usurpation sits heavy on the head that wears it. As you drift toward peaceful sleep, dear listener, let the lessons of Henry's extraordinary life settle softly in your mind, like autumn leaves on still water. Here was a man born to privilege, blessed with every advantage that medieval nobility could provide: wealth, education, family connections, and the fierce loyalty of powerful allies. Yet he became a king who ruled in constant terror of losing what he had gained through desperate courage and ruthless ambition. Henry Bolingbroke began his adult life as a crusading knight, seeking glory in distant lands and earning fame throughout Europe for his martial prowess and chivalric ideals. He ended it as a broken invalid, dying slowly in a monastery chamber, while mysterious illnesses ravaged his body and tormented his spirit. The transformation from shining prince to suffering king tells us something profound about the price of ambition and the weight of moral compromise. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Henry's story is how his moment of greatest triumph, the successful overthrow of Richard II and his coronation as King Henry IV, immediately became the source of his greatest anguish. The very act that elevated him to supreme power also condemned him to 14 years of constant struggle, rebellion, and self-doubt. The man who had won a throne found that he could never truly possess it, for it had been gained through violence and could only be held through the same means. There is something deeply human in Henry's suffering that transcends the specific circumstances of medieval politics. His story speaks to anyone who has ever achieved a goal through questionable means and then discovered that success obtained through moral compromise brings its own form of torment. The king who overthrew a tyrant became in many ways a prisoner of his own success. Yet Henry's reign was not simply a tale of unrelieved failure and suffering. His government, despite its troubles, provided England with greater stability than it had known under Richard II's erratic rule. His acceptance of parliamentary limitations on royal power laid foundations for constitutional monarchy that would serve England well for centuries to come. His defence of the realm against Welsh rebels, Scottish raiders, and domestic insurgents preserved English unity during a crucial period of transition. Most importantly, Henry's troubled reign prepared the ground for his son's spectacular success as Henry V. The lessons learned through bitter experience, the importance of working with Parliament, the need for careful financial management, the value of inspiring rather than intimidating one's subjects, would guide the future victor of Agincourt to achievements that vindicated the Lancastrian dynasty and secured its place in English history. There is profound irony in the fact that Henry IV's greatest legacy may have been teaching his son how to avoid the mistakes that had plagued his own reign. The usurper king's failures in many ways enabled his heir's triumphs, demonstrating how even the most troubled reigns can contribute to the long arc of historical progress. as sleep begins to claim you, gentle listener. Consider how Henry's story reflects the complex moral landscape that all of us must navigate in our own lives. Few of us will face choices as dramatic as deposing kings or defending thrones, but all of us must decide how far we are willing to go in pursuit of our ambitions and what prices we are prepared to pay for success. Henry's reign reminds us that the consequences of our actions often extend far beyond what we can foresee at the moment of decision. The exile who returned to claim his inheritance ended up transforming the very nature of English monarchy, while the king who sought to rule through strength discovered that true authority must ultimately rest on consent rather than fear. There is something oddly comforting in the very struggles that defined Henry's reign, for they remind us that even the most powerful people in history faced uncertainty, self-doubt, and the constant challenge of making difficult decisions with incomplete information. The king who overthrew Richard II and established a new dynasty was, in the end, simply a man doing his best to cope with circumstances that often seemed beyond his control. The mysterious illness that tormented Henry's final years adds another layer of meaning to his story, suggesting that some forms of suffering transcend human understanding and must simply be endured with whatever grace and dignity we can manage. Whether his affliction was divine punishment, natural disease, or psychological manifestation of guilt and stress, it served as a reminder that even kings are mortal, and that earthly power offers no protection against the ultimate mysteries of human existence. As Henry lay dying in the Jerusalem chamber, surrounded by the symbols of the faith he had served imperfectly and the family he had tried to protect and advance, he may have found some measure of peace in knowing that his sacrifices had not been entirely in vain. The dynasty he had founded through violence and defended through constant vigilance would go on to achieve the glory that had eluded his own troubled reign. The prophecy that he would die in Jerusalem, fulfilled in such an unexpected way, suggests that even the most turbulent human stories ultimately follow patterns larger than individual ambition or understanding. Henry's life, for all its drama and controversy, had unfolded according to a design that transcended his personal choices and desires, reminding us that we are all part of stories larger than ourselves. Let Henry's example comfort you as you settle into sleep, not because his reign was easy or successful, but because it demonstrates the human capacity to endure suffering, learn from mistakes, and create something valuable even in the midst of failure and compromise. The troubled king who died in fear and uncertainty left behind a son who would become a hero, a constitutional legacy that would serve England for centuries, and a story that continues to teach and inspire more than 600 years after his death. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be gentler than Henry's waking hours, your rest more peaceful than his troubled reign, and your tomorrow brighter than the dark December of his final years. In the end, we are all exiles seeking our way home, all usurpers of someone else's place, all kings and subjects in the mysterious drama of human existence that continues to unfold with each new day and each new choice we make. The man who seized a throne and lived in fear has found, at last, the only peace that comes to all earthly power, the quiet rest of history's judgment and the gentle mercy of time's passage. May we all find such peace when our own struggles end, and may the lessons of the past guide us toward wisdom, compassion, and the courage to do what is right even when the cost is dear. Sweet dreams, gentle traveler through time, and may the whispered voices of history carry you softly toward the rest you seek and the peace you deserve. Thank you for joining us on this peaceful journey through history. If these gentle tales from the past help guide you toward restful sleep, please consider subscribing and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. Your support helps us continue bringing these soothing historical stories to fellow dreamers around the world. Until next time, sleep well and dream peacefully.